I'd like to call to order the special meeting, City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 27, 2025. Public participation, there are three ways to submit public comments. Number one, submit written comments by meeting day. Number two, submit written comments during the meeting day. Or number three, attend the meeting in person. To submit written comments by meeting day, please email the city clerk at dalycity.org and include public comment in the subject line. All written comments received by 4 p.m. on meeting day will be provided to the city council prior to the meeting. Please note, any emailed comments received after 4 p.m. on the meeting date are not guaranteed to be received by the city council prior to the meeting. Comments are not read aloud into the record. During the meeting, you may visit www.dalycity.org/agendas to submit comments using the public comment form to address the city council on a specific item, or during the public comment period, and such comments are delivered to the city council and city staff during the meeting and may be read into the record at the time they are received. Number three, to speak at the meeting in person, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the city or next to the council chamber and submit to a staff member as early as possible. Persons with disabilities who require auxiliary aids or services in attending or participating in this meeting should call the office of the city clerk at 650-991-8078 as soon as possible. And before we begin, I would like to begin our meeting with our land acknowledgement. So the city of Daly City acknowledges that we are on the ancestral lands of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. We recognize their enduring connection to this region and honor their history, culture, and contributions. As indigenous protectors of this land, we affirm their sovereign rights as original inhabitants of this land and pay respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. If you can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sorry.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The city clerk, if we could have roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Ms. Perano,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod.
Present. Okay, so we have a handful of proclamations today. We're going to start off the proclamation Mental Health Month, and I'm just going to go ahead and read it off before I present this proclamation. So whereas in 2021 through 2023, 12.5% of San Mateo County adults likely had serious psychological distress in the past year, and San Mateo County youth grades 7, 9, 11 reported social emotional distress, 25, 26%, and 32% respectively in the past 12 months. And whereas every day millions of people face stigma related to mental health and substance use conditions and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. If left untreated, life expectancy is 25 years shorter than the general population. And whereas while mental health conditions are common across all types of demographics, certain communities face inequitable access to services, including people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, youth, and older adults. And whereas mental health and substance use conditions are treatable health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance use conditions can recover and lead full and meaningful lives. And whereas Daly City residents have access to many behavioral services at no cost, San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services and its contracted network of providers offer the full spectrum of direct treatment and specialized supports, early intervention, crisis supports, and prevention. Star Vista Crisis Services offers for crisis intervention, including the 24/7 crisis hotline, 650-570350, and post-vention services and suicide prevention services. Whereas the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Recovery Services, Star Vista, San Mateo County Mental Health Month Planning Committee, and partners are collectively organizing activities that San Mateo County community members can participate in throughout the month, including free in-person and virtual events, advocacy days, and social media campaign. The 2025 theme is Mental Health as a Continuum. Ongoing updates posted at www.smchealth.org/MHM. And whereas the Daly City Council wishes to increase the public knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use conditions, professional and self-help resources, and self-care practices. Now therefore, I, Dr. Roderick Dosmak-Boal, Mayor and the members of the City Council of the City of Daly City do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Month in Daly City to enhance public awareness of mental health, to help end the stigma and direct members of the county to resources and support for mental health and substance use conditions. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Daly City this 27th day of May 2025. And with that, we have Walter Ing, my bad, sorry about that.
course.
Walter Ing,
All good.
Community Engagement Supervisor of Star Vista Crisis Center.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city managers, staff, and residents of Daly City. My name is Walter Ing, and I use he, him pronouns. I am the Star Vista Crisis Community Center Manager Engagement Supervisor. So a lot of times I'm doing the presentations and engaging the community, letting them know and aware about resources such as mental health. The Crisis Center operates a 24/7 crisis intervention and suicide prevention hotline, handling calls, texts, and chats from both local and national sources, supporting the mental health of all residents of San Mateo County. Our crisis counselors provide immediate supports, conduct suicide risk assessments, develop plans to keep people safe, and offer compassionate connections. Additionally, the Crisis Center facilitates mental health and suicide preventations, as well as post-crisis interventions for local school districts, nonprofit organizations, local government agencies, and community-based organizations. These services aim to raise mental health awareness and foster resilience throughout our county. Thank you, Daly City, for proclaiming 2025 May as Mental Health Month. May Mental Health Month is observed across San Mateo County, California, and the United States. Mental health is essential to a person's life in the same way as physical health. Hesitation to talk about mental health adds to the notion that the topic is forbidden. It is important to normalize conversations surrounding mental health so that people can feel empowered to seek the help that they need. Lime green is the national color for May Mental Health Month and represents how we want to bring light to an important issue that may be hidden or seen negatively. That's when I see that you have a pin on, so I really appreciate that. May Mental Health is a key opportunity to reduce stigma and connect people to services and promote wellness for mental health and substance use conditions. And again, as the mayor had said, May Mental Health the theme is mental health as a continuum. So this theme challenges the binary idea of healthy versus not unhealthy mental health, and normalizing the wide range of mental health experiences and encouraging individuals to embrace and accept the full spectrum of their well-being. May Mental Health Month is important to me because someone who guides these discussions, particularly in schools, I see firsthand what those impacts are, and providing the information and awareness about 988, about our county crisis hotline, and how it touches each of those individuals, not just only them, but also their parents, their grandparents, their teachers, counselors, but also do presentations with older aging of adults, with LGBTQIA plus individuals. We do a full spectrum of information and awareness. And so with that, understanding that there is support that's needed and getting that awareness out to everyone that understands that. So starting today and throughout the remainder month of May, I invite everyone to take action in one of the following options. One, wear a lime green ribbon or put one on your social media account to kind of increase the conversation about May mental health with that color. Two, learn more about mental health resources available to you by visiting 988lifeline.org or sanmatocrisis.org. Or number three, host or attend with the remaining mental health events in your community. Once again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Daly City, for recognizing May as Mental Health Month.
Thank you, Walter. With that, I'd like to just open it up to my colleagues on the dais.
Tracy, you want to go first?
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Well, Walter, it's fitting that you, with Star Vista, you've done so much work already in your connections. You have that natural ability, and I've heard that from the community members, and appreciate your work. Look forward to the future and all the help that you can provide, especially during these trying times. That's many attacks on the different communities and spectrum-wise, and that, you're there for them, and they need to know that. So we can promote our Star Vista to let people know how to get in touch with you and what the services are to provide. I know that the crisis right now is the mental health crisis for a lot of things that are going on that we don't know about.
Right.
So, and as a community, you can help us guide, and there are certain things in this community that when we make decisions for the community, it can either make things worse for the community because we didn't do it on purpose, but it'd be nice to have the welcoming of you and then the voice, because I know you work with others and the youth, and let them hear what we want to make Daly City look like. What is their vision?
Right.
What would make things better for them, you know?
Right.
How can we make it, make them feel more inclusive and not bring in things, entities that could prevent them harm or tempt them to do something or, you know, make it a positive. So I look forward to that, look forward to working with you. And glad you're here tonight. It really means a lot. Humbled and grateful for all you do and all the trying times we have ahead. Get through this because I know that you have the tenacity to do so, and you've already proven that.
Thank
And
you.
thanks to everyone at Star Vista.
you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Perania.
I just wanted to say thank you, especially working with the youth. That's sometimes a forgotten group. And with all the issues that happen nowadays, children and on the internet, I appreciate that you and your organization are working to help them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Walter, thank you for everything you do day in and day out to be able to share the resources. I think it was about 20 years ago when really thought about the well-being of having a more holistic approach. I've always said if our country ever went into a model where just as we have physical doctors, we have mental health support just included in our package, just as is, like literally, it would change the dynamics because we are all a holistic being. Our minds are connected to our bodies and all of that. And so I want to say thank you because we know the pandemic really changed so much. And the rise in the need for support just even rose even more. But the continuation of education and practitioners like yourself really bridge that and provide that compassion and openness that, you know what, it's not, it shouldn't be a stigma, and that we should normalize having support because we're all humans. And with that, you know, there was council member from Brisbane, Council Member Davis, that had tagged me, and they did the USC challenge, mental health challenge.
Okay.
And so, you know, it was for education, and that's why I continued that challenge. And for those of you watching, it's basically putting an ice bucket over yourself just to, you know, for awareness, and it's just a challenge that the College of USC started, but it's really a trend, you know, the social media trend, but really to educate the young people and others, and it's really passing on that educational piece of it. I also want to acknowledge the city manager, Tom Pilati, for, if you know, our city hall is lit up in green.
Yeah.
And so that's also an you know, acknowledgement
Right.
of mental health, and I think the work you're doing destigmatizes, you know, asking for help and everything. And I feel that young people, whether or older people, should feel open and okay to getting that support. Because especially in traumatic incidents or whatnot, you need that support. Or even if you're just having a really, really tough time with something else, just having that human connection. There's the work that you do at Star Vista, 988, right? 988.
Yes.
And so thank you. You even do the work on the weekends as I see you with your little one. I know how passionate you are to getting the word out. And your daughter is also seeing that.
Yes.
and seeing how important it is to share with the community the resources. And that impact is also going to reverberate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Council Member. Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Got a whole bunch of notes here, but everything started coming into my mind. It's like a flood. Coming from the previous law enforcement profession, I've dealt with mental health issues and the ability for police officers to utilize 5150 for a 72-hour eval. And I think about it in those days where if they're not a danger to themselves or a danger to others, you cannot 5150, not unless they want to go voluntarily. I do recall an incident where I had someone in the vehicle and I'm driving to take them somewhere. They were not 5150, but they said, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. What can you do? And when the proposal came from the County of San Mateo to pay for the services of a mental health clinician here in Daly City a couple of years ago, I was against it. I was only against it because I was concerned about the safety for the individuals when they go out with our police officers to de-escalate the issue. But the concept was definitely there. That has now changed with me because I always look for something that we can take back and what do we get out of this? If anything, Council Member Di Giovanni had said one time in the statement, we need more. And subsequently, we got more. And I think de-escalation is the key. That was my one take back. The other take back, it's only two. You made mention earlier, I never thought about youth. And it was always about the adults. But youths, there ought to be resources for them as well. And I think that's very, very important. Go ahead, Mr.
There are. The one I wanted to highlight is neverabother.org. It's an initiative by the California Department of Public Health. That is a specific, really highlighted, there's advertisements for it. They tagging along with entertainment, so influencers. If you visit their Instagram, it's it's neverabother is their Instagram, neverabother.org is their website. Lots of information and resources. That is specifically key for youth, ideally, and also individuals who are BIPOC, so Indigenous, Black, and people of color. That's specifically shout out for them from the state of California. So that's additional resource. I wanted to highlight that. There's also a mobile crisis response team as well.
Oh, yeah.
That is countywide, including Daly City. So that is the resource that both youth and adults and aging adults can utilize. It's not just specifically just to one. And I wanted to preface that with youth and doing a lot of presentations throughout San Mateo County. Youth are very mentally health literate about those impacts. It's getting them and connecting them to those resources and having it readily available to them. That's the most important. But go ahead.
That's great.
Thank you.
That's excellent news to know. Also, in the years, I was a peer counselor.
Nice.
And I think that's very, very important. And the one takeaway I have from that is, and as you talk to your everyday friends, if you notice something is different, don't be afraid to ask them. I tell you what, if you're ever having any of those tendencies, ever, I ask for one favor, that you at least call me. And I think if we get that to people and that they understand that at least they have a shoulder that they can talk to someone. We're no experts, but
Right.
at least to have a shoulder so that we know where they can go and et cetera. I mean, it's just so much. So this is a very important proclamation, and it increases awareness, and even old folks like me can learn something new. So
There's
thank you
always new
very
information and resources, yes.
All right.
Thank you, Vice
Thank you.
Mayor. I just keep my comments pretty short. I think one thing that I've learned over the past maybe 10, 15 years is that there's a definitely a cultural shift when it comes to mental health. Just hearing my own students and then hearing my daughter and their friends, they're very articulate about understanding people's they're not afraid to say no. They're able to set parameters with their own comfortability zones. And so that's one thing that I really, really respect in these 10 to 15 years when we talk about mental health as a form of stigma. I mean, it's still a stigma depending on people's context, but I think one thing that we do pretty well in San Mateo County is that we do have very culturally responsive services that when it comes to like mental health. Because I know if I was going through what I was going through when I was in high school and I would tell my parents, they'd be like, you gotta just thug it out. You gotta just be a man about it, And now there's actually some dialogue that we can have and converse with young people, even like amongst my peers, right? We are learning how to really peel back the layers and show the sensitivity, especially amongst like my friends that are male, and growing up their whole lives not being able to express themselves, but seeing them now as parents, they're like, what can we model at the family level so that mental health and mental wellness or emotional wellness can begin and also thrive and be regular and breaking the cycles of silence. So just want to say thank you for the work that you do. And if you can, I would like to have our whole dais take a picture with you holding up the proclamation. Would that be okay with everybody? Yeah? Okay.
Here.
We'll go over there. We'll meet you down there.
He's only one.
Get our love moment here.
Oh, I'll just stand up. We don't need to stand.
Good to see. How's your daughter?
Good. She's good.
Yeah,
She'll be at this county fair.
nice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you.
It's what's hidden. These other shoes. Okay. Moving on to item number 2, proclamation for Older Americans Month. And before we bring up our special guest, I'd like to read the proclamation. So proclamation Older Americans Month, May 2025. Whereas Daly City proudly joins the nation in recognizing May as Older Americans Month, celebrating the many contributions of older adults in our community and reaffirming our commitment to honoring their wisdom, experience, and resilience. And whereas in the 2025 national theme, Powered by Connection, celebrates the essential role that meaningful relationships and social engagement play in embracing the health and well-being of older adults, fostering greater resilience, purpose, and community cohesion. And whereas Daly City is home to thousands of older residents who enrich our city as volunteers, caregivers, mentors, neighbors, and vital contributors to our economy, culture, and civic life. And whereas the city of Daly City is proud to be an age-friendly city and remains committed to promoting inclusive, age-friendly programs and services that empower its older adult population to live independently and with dignity. And whereas we recognize the value of investing in opportunities for older adults to stay connected, active, and engaged, thereby enhancing their quality of life and strengthening the broader community. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Roderick Dasmank-Wall, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of Daly City do hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Older Americans Month and call upon all residents to join in celebrating the contributions of older adults, advocating for policies that support aging in place and promoting an inclusive, age-friendly community for all. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Daly City this 27th day of May 2025. And with that, we have our legend, our living legend, Tita Perla Ibarrientos. Represent.
Dr. Rod Wall, Vice Mayor Mr. Glenn Sylvester, members of the Daly City Council, Mrs. Yaslin Manalo, Teresa Porano, and Ms. Pam de Gubani. City Manager, Mr. Tampi Calate. Good evening. This is supposed to be Phyllis, not me. Well, I'm so honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the elderly Americans. I am in it. And also to the age-friendly task force. Thank you for proclaiming this month as our elderly month, and we are so happy about that. You know, 2 weeks ago, the age-friendly task force, have this workshop. There were lots of information given to assess our community, our seniors. Aside from that, there were some information or ideas coming from different cities, also having the task force like Pacifica, Burlingame, Poster City, those who attended. And our task force were the one in charge of that. And we are planning to do more, especially now we have this loneliness group, you know. We are aware of that, and lots of elderly people, especially living alone. So we are trying to do more to connect with each other. Because if you are old, it's hard to travel alone, and we would like to have more access to the ACES transportation. I hope, and I see that in the city of Daly City, how seniors are being connected. We have our seniors prom group, and you know this. That was the first time they did last year, and it's going to be this year. So we will continue to do that to be more connected. Thank you so much, and thank you for proclaiming this month for the elderly. Thank you.
And with that, yeah. Let me just give you this. You can sit. So I'll do this, Tita Perla. So I'll give you this. We'll take pictures, and then you could sit down, and then we'll open it up to discussion.
Okay.
I don't want you to be sitting or standing there for.
All right.
So let's take a picture real quick.
Thank you. Thank you. Save one for me. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm done. Okay.
And then with that, I'd like to open the open up comments for Tita Perla. Okay, Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Well, Tita Perla,
Yes.
we don't like to say elder, do we? We're active. We always remember we did the active adults. I would say is it okay to say your age? Because you got a lot to be proud of.
Sure.
You just had your 90th birthday, which remains, for people that don't know this, the Ever Ready Bunny, I don't know how to describe it, for all the activities that you've been involved in, and then everything you do, and then you do it for the community to try to keep the community going. And that itself is not easy, because then you're trying to bring along and promote more people to try to give them leadership. And I like that because you open the door for others. And I think that's important. And that when you have your legacy, and then the things in the community that we all know, and then that's been like numerous with you and your family. And it's for you, I know it's not just about receiving the multiple awards, it's about doing, when you do the work, right? Because you do it and you don't think about it, because you do it because you're automatically trying to think about community, and then try to make sure the community, whatever the community needs are, with the ear on the ground. And I see the new president of the PBRC, Marie Villarosa. I wanted to make sure she's recognized, and that leadership. I remember when you were at the other location, I didn't want to write it and bother people during your installation because I couldn't attend, but the first thing you asked me, I don't even know if you remember this, it was like, at the other location, you said, do you have Marie Villarosa's number? I'll never forget that. I'm thumbing through my thing. This is multiple years ago. And then because you said then that you wanted her to be a part of the PBRC. And this is what you develop, even though she has her leadership skills as well from everything. But now she is the president of the organization. And I think that you gave that foresight and knew and know who should be there and be in that place. So thank you for everything, and thank you for the community. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you again. That you're not going anywhere. And bless of health and prosperity for yourself and everything you do in the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Prano.
Tita Perla, thank you so much for what you do with the Age-Friendly Task Force. I was proud to be there at the workshop. It was so informative, and we could see that your goal in helping people in loneliness especially, and that's just one thing of many that you do in this task force. So I want to thank you and your committee and your whole group. Thank you.
Anything else? Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What a great choice to receive this, Mayor, for having Tita Perla Abrientos. I've said it before, if we look ahead to see how much energy you have, we could be just like you. I mean, and at 90 years old with all that energy, and also just, she never stops. She never stops. And so it's been a pleasure to sit on the Age-Friendly Task Force with you. Just to let everyone know, we are the first city to actually implement an action plan here in San Mateo County. And so it's really at looking at so many areas for our older adults. I hear it loud and clear. Tita Perla, you're talking about transportation. What are ways for us to bring our older adults and seniors and get connected? And you did mention it, loneliness. We are the first city in the nation after the county declaring loneliness as a public health crisis. And so with that, there was a lot of work that was done and continuously being done. And so it is really an honor to continue to work and implement those ideas that came from the seniors for the older adults. That survey, along with the staff, took some time to gather information, but it was intentional. It was deliberate to hear from our seniors or older adults that are watching out there. Those surveys were really to hear from you. And then after that plan, we'll reevaluate and hear again around the needs of our older adults and seniors. So thank you for being always the amazing leader that you are, Tita Perla, in that respect. And so I also wanted to say that she was the founder of PBRC, a founder of the Philam Democratic Club of San Mateo County, and she's also a founder of the Tayo Tayo Club. And for the newly elected president, Marie Villa Rosa, this is her second time being president of PBRC. And so it's not the first, it's her second round. And so congratulations again. And to everyone that is watching, we're really, when Measure Q passed, those dollars were also instrumental in increasing the access to more programs for our older adults and seniors. Our recreation staff saw that. It was also intentional. And so that's a way that we were expanding our senior programming. And so from 2020 onward, we're able to expand. So thank you so much, Tita Perla.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I only had a couple of words to say, but as everybody spoke, more ideas came into my mind, but I'll try to make this brief. I know one thing that stood out in my mind, Tita Perla, is when we were at an event in San Bruno Park. And you're probably saying to yourself, what, he remembers that? It was a time where, I knew of you, But with over 100 people there partaking of all the food, I think it was a Democratic club. We used to put it together. And July 4th, we have a party out there. And you were in charge of doing the raffle. And when everybody's talking, can you imagine trying to get everybody to be quiet? When you got up there, Tita, you took the mic and you say, all right, we're now going to have a raffle. And people were just talking and they all got quiet. What does that say? I think what it says is respect, and a lot of people know you. And being as old as I am, I remember a saying on TV, when E.F. Hutton speaks, you're probably thinking, what comes after that? I can see a city manager. What was that?
People listen.
There you go, people listen.
And I'm younger than you are, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And that's what I think of you, Tita Perla. And two more comments I'm going to make. They're both short. When I hear Tita Perla, I think of the aura that you have that surrounds you and that you portray to people. Mm-hmm. The other thing I think about you is the elegance that you have. There's never a dull moment. Any event, you're always so elegant. And that's it's definitely appreciative. And I'll leave you with this last comment that I like to make. I have certain things that I look forward to waking up in the morning that I look forward to. That's my family, my wife, people, and you, Tita Perla. I look forward to waking up in the morning knowing that you're here as well. So thank you so much for what you've done. You definitely have set an example. And Weinberger, I hope that someday I'll be able to get one of these awards too. So, hey, you guys don't forget, okay? So thank you again, Tita Perla, and it's good to know you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say, Tita Perla, thank you for all the work that you've done. There's a lot of things that I've learned over this past year, losing a lot of friends of mine and through grief. And one thing that I learned through my grieving process is through this whole, past 6 or 7 years is it came to me like, what type of elder do I want to become? And just seeing you out there day in, day out, I was like, I want to be just like Tita Perla. I want to be just like an Oscar Peñaranda. I want to be like these elders that, they're doing this, and that's what's keeping them young, is this act of service, this passion to serve their communities, and that, it's not like this type of work has like end game. It's like you're setting it up so that the next generation you can pass the baton. And I just want to say thank you, and I stand on your shoulders for where I'm at today. And I just want to say thank you for that, Tita Perla. And one thing that I also learned too is, one thing that PBRC does and folks at Dolger does is that I think that creating a sense of community, even if it's like organized or just elders walking around ceremony, there's something about being in community that keeps people in tune with one another and going along with mental health and mental health month is that being in community allows you to grow together, right? And that's one thing that I've learned in this position is not just seeing my sector of people, but the broader spectrum of how this community operates and how the elders role and, understanding like what type of elder do I want to become. And, I hope that I get to your age and I'm still serving my community. I'm still working with multi-generations of folks and that, we're leaving the world with a better place for the next generation. So thank you, Tita Perla.
Thank you for your kind words, and have a nice evening.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we'll continue with the love train going on. We have item number 3 of a proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month. And I'd like to say this first. So Jewish American Heritage Month, May 2025, whereas Jewish Americans have been an integral part of American history, making significant contributions to all aspects of American life, arts, sciences, public service, law, business, education, and civil rights since the founding of our nation. And whereas on April 20th, 2006, the President of the United States proclaimed the month of May as Jewish American Heritage Month, and this designation has been reaffirmed annually by every U.S. president since. And whereas during Jewish American Heritage Month, communities across the country host events, lectures, exhibitions, culture performances, and educational programs to honor the rich heritage, resilience, and diverse experiences of Jewish Americans. And whereas Jewish Americans identify in diverse ways, culturally, ethnically, and through shared values of justice, education, community, and compassion, enriching American society in countless ways. And whereas Daly City is committed to inclusion, equity, and human dignity, and actively condemns anti-Semitism and all forms of hate, ensuring Jewish Americans are fully embraced in every aspect of civic and communal life. And whereas on May 21st, 2025, a Jewish American Heritage Month was held at City Hall from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. to honor the vibrant legacy and ongoing contributions of Jewish Americans in our community. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Rod Das-Magdwal, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of the City of Daly City, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month in Daly City to celebrate Jewish Americans who contribute immeasurably to the fabric of American history, culture, science, education, and social justice, as well as observe this month with solemn remembrance. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Daly City this 27th day of May 2025. And so with that, I'll go ahead and present this to Mark Weinberg, who's the president of the Daly City History Guild, Museum, and Archive. So if you'd like to just share us our, some words, and then we'll take a picture. And then, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come up here. I want to thank you very much. I was a little surprised, but certainly pleased to be here tonight to accept this. I'm Jewish, and I'm a Daly City resident, and that's about it. So the lady behind me, Gabriella Maxman, is the one who put together Jewish Heritage Month and the celebration here. So certainly a hand. I will keep my remarks brief. We're in a very difficult time. We've been in a difficult time for quite some time. And I will say, speaking for myself, and I know for many others, it's not easy being Jewish these days. And the pin that I'm wearing, along with the yellow ribbon, I've had since October the 7th, 2023, and I would love nothing more than to take it off and put it away once and for all. I'm certainly proud of the flags, but I never had an occasion to wear the pin prior to that. I'd like to say that I'd like to use this moment, brief as it may be, as a teaching moment. I've been told recently via the internet that I should go back to Europe because that's where I'm from, although I was born here in California and specifically San Francisco. Obviously, I have ancestors and prior relations who are from Europe, but that is not my ancestral homeland if you trace it back to the beginning, which is the allegation that was being made. Not only that, I'm not a big traveler. I've never been to Europe, so it's going to be hard for me to go back there. I'm very happy to say that has not happened in Daly City. I know that we are better than that, and I appreciate that, and I hope that is the way that it will continue to be. But a word these days that is being bandied about and has been given a derogatory term is Zionist or Zionism. And I would like to state for the record that in its most basic form, it simply means the right of Israel to exist. That's it. No more, no less. Different people have different points of view, and that's life. Boundaries, borders, etc. I'm not going there. But Zionism is simply the right of the country of Israel to exist. And once upon a time, 5,000 plus years ago, there was a land called the Kingdom of Israel. And we all know that. It's not Atlantis, it's not mythology. So it's very hurtful to me and to others when that term is bandied about. And of course, one does not have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. There are people who are not, and that's freedom of choice, and that's absolutely fine. But I just want to clarify that the term itself has become extremely derogatory. It's become extremely hurtful to many people, whether they share the point of view of Zionism or not, that it's bandied about and has often become a four-letter word. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. I thank you all again.
Thank you, Mark. Oh, wait, before I move on to my colleagues, I would like to call on Gabrielle Maxman as public comment.
Thank you all. I just quickly, before you start the timer, Tita Perlet was looking at a paper, but there was nothing written on it. I had to write a speech so that I can remember. So at 90, I hope to have the memory and be able to stand up here and speak without notes. I can't do that in my early 40s. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and neighbors. My name is Gabby Maxman. I'm a commissioner on the Women's Commission. And I'd like to begin first by thanking you for recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month here in Daly City. I'm also very grateful for the mayor and the city for hosting the Jewish Joy celebration that we had last week on the 21st. This month is a time to honor the deep contributions of Jewish Americans have made in our country and also reflect on the sobering rise in anti-Semitism both nationally and locally. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month and Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Each one is a reminder of the pain that communities carry when they are targeted by hate, dehumanized, and made to feel like outsiders. These forms of hate are interconnected and they impact real people with lasting trauma. The reason that I'm here in the United States is because my family escaped paralyzing anti-Semitism in the USSR. But while thinking coming to the United States would result in us escaping Jewish hatred and anti-Semitism, last week as we were celebrating Jewish American heritage here at City Hall, Sarah Lynn Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky were murdered while attending a cultural event at a Jewish museum. Sarah was Jewish, Yaron was not, but their presence at a Jewish gathering made them targets. Their deaths are part of a larger pattern of rising anti-Semitic violence fueled in part by polarizing, if you can just give me a couple of minutes, polarizing political rhetoric and performative resolutions that single out Jewish people or frame them as obstacles to peace. Last year, this council, like many across the country, debated international ceasefire resolution. And while many saw this as a moral stance, for many Jewish residents, it felt alienating and frightening. The result was not peace. The result was more hostility, more division, and now more death. This is why I'm urging the council to pass a resolution committing to focus only on local issues, housing, public safety, equity, well-being, and to refrain from taking up international conflicts that do not fall within our city's jurisdiction or serve the people of Daly City. Let us honor Sarah and Yaron's memory by choosing unity over symbolism. Let us ensure that our council chambers are a place of inclusion and local problem solving, not global grandstanding that puts myself and my neighbors at risk. Thank you.
Now I'm going to open it up to my colleagues on the dais. Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Well, those words, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, let me start with Mark. Mark, not just because I understand the history of all the history, but you understand the importance. And what you said is so true. And there are many of us, and thanks to Gabby and her husband sharing their story of refugees, things bringing the importance and people telling their stories is very important. And as someone that didn't know that they had a Jewish heritage, and it's not about me just saying this publicly, because I'm not the only one, but my grandfather perished in Auschwitz. My father was a firefighter. I didn't know till he was passing that I was of Jewish heritage from Italy. So many of us carry that in our hearts, and that you're not allowed usually to speak about it, or you're being ostracized because of it. Like, your story doesn't matter, but everybody's story matters, right? So having a platform, having the city, and having everybody to be inclusive is what really, and when you were speaking just a few seconds ago, is making sure that everybody that walks in here, that they feel welcoming, and I feel that. So I want to thank both of you for that, and I know there's others in our city and who are actually work here, and at one point, this is several years ago when Dr. Rod was mayor prior, I was able to honor people that were children of Holocaust, and some of them already passed on, but they allowed me to take the Jewish heritage thing because it's just like their culture, each one of us, it's my culture as well, right? So the pain, the deepness I felt, and like you said, Gabby, when you walk in other people's shoes, I can feel it, and how you really wanted to make sure that it was highlighted, and I can't say enough, and mazel tov to both of you, and that we will just continue to grow and grow in love. And because the bottom line here is that from the Jewish tradition is that we choose justice and we choose love. We choose inclusion. We choose that first. And those Jewish traditions transcend through everything. And I think that both of you are representatives, but there's many in our community. So also, we're looking forward to growing it and bringing forth others in our community together so that we can continue to do that and have everybody's voice, like you said, Gabby, and to Mark, heard, and explanation, education. Because Jonathan said he wants to come, and he's asked that before, and I hope the council, I'm sure they will. He offered this while all this ceasefire was going about anti-Semitism. It's a small educational, free of charge, done to the JCRC, to our employees, so they can recognize it, just like any other ism or any other. So we can add to that, because we all take trainings and other things. But he is still open, and I hope that that you guys will be supportive, and maybe my council will as all, that we continue to grow that, because we can counter the hate, and we know how to do it. And we've been there before and resilient. And you have made a life here, and we are better off that you came as a refugee and your family and those that came here, because that's what we're here for. So from the bottom of my heart, shalom and mazel tov. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Prano.
So I wanted to just touch just a part of what Councilmember DiGiovanni was saying. The part I wanted to touch on was how beautiful your event was, and how it showed through music and through art and through stories that we're not that much different, when we look at our heritage, and many here, if it wasn't me, my dad came and had to start a new life here. And I just think that we're more alike than not. And I wanted to thank you for sharing. I think that the music was so beautiful.
Yeah.
The songs, the music, the bread, just having that there, and just the symbolisms, and speaking with the different guests that were there, just speaking with you and listening to your story. It touched my heart. And I think that that's the best way for everyone to realize that, we're not much different. We're a lot alike, right? And people choosing to decide that they're going to be against a certain race or religion, or it's wrong. And so I do feel that we need to take the time to share who we are with each other so that everyone learn that. So that's what I wanted to say. And I wanted to thank you for a beautiful event. Thank you.
Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both, Mark and Gabby, for such a welcoming and beautiful event, as mentioned. From the music, the food, seeing the young children, and just having that joy here in City Hall. When I was mayor, we did do a proclamation, to honor the Jewish heritage. At that time, we did have Jonathan come and receive it from JCRC. And so it's just a wonderful thank you, Mayor, for having the inaugural event. We see this as a continued event. It's, when you say inaugural, it doesn't mean it's the only time. And that we continue celebrating your history, your culture here in Daly City. But I want to make it very clear in our community that here in Daly City, as diverse as we are welcoming, inclusive, and we really value that diversity that we have. If you like have grown up in Daly City or just moved here, you feel how special it is with the diversity in our community. And years ago, we created an event called Love Not Hate. And we created that event to signal and ensure that hate has no place in Daly City, and that we condemn anti-Semitism and all forms of hate. And that is something that is solid and clear, and we've reiterated over and over again. And we'll continue to do so. And know that you have that support here in your community, in our community together. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Good evening. The situation here throughout the world and internationally is dynamic and it's fluid. And I want to start off with Gabby. In listening to what you said tonight, I'm very impressed that you took notice of all the other proclamations that we issued, especially here in Daly City, AAPI, Old American, Black History Month. We've done a whole bunch of them, a whole lot of them. And Mr. Weinberg, I think this was the second time you've been here before council, and you were kind of surprised the first time. And I can see you thinking, I think that's when we gave the proclamation for the Daly City Museum. And I think you were here and you said you were surprised that it just came right out. But I just wanted to make mention, because you said something in your speech as well that I really took to heart. And Gabby, you also said something that really took it to heart for me. One of you said, this is the month to recognize. I think it was you, Gabby, who said to recognize, basically, as Councilmember Manalo said, the diversity of this city. We have so many cultures within our city, and we will take an active effort to recognize those cultures. All you have to do is speak up. And I am so happy for the Jewish American Heritage Month celebration, to which I was late, but at least I showed up and it was great. Mr. Weinberg, you said something in your speech, and you said we are better than that. You bet we are. So I just want to put this out to everyone. And to learn about the different cultures, you would not learn about a culture if it doesn't come before you and something is made mention about it and you take it upon yourself to learn about that culture. I'll tell you, when I was 32 years old, 7 years in the police department, I had the opportunity to go on a trip. I heard the word Holocaust, but I didn't know what it was. And whose fault is that? So I think it's very, very important, if you want to learn about cultures, before you say anything, learn about the cultures first. Well, anyway, that trip, I had the opportunity to go to the Museum of Tolerance. And as a police officer, it's free. And I guess that's the reason why I went. But you know what? Ever since that time and up to about 4 years ago, I've watched every movie on Netflix pertaining to the Holocaust and the recapture of some of the folks who escaped. And, it's interesting. But every culture has a story and has a history. And if you really want to learn more, it'll come to you. Just do some research. But I'm glad to have become a little bit more educated as to the Jewish culture. But there are many other cultures who have experienced travesties in the past. So I want to say thank you so much, and congratulations, Ms. Maxman and Mr. Weinberg, for being here. And I'm glad you appreciate Daly City. When you said you've never been to Europe, I remember somebody else said that, but I've been to Europe. But thank you for sharing your experience and your love, the both of you, for Daly City.
One slight correction, Weinberger.
Why? What did I say? Weinberg?
It's okay, it happens. But I answered to Mark.
Did I get both the names
Oh,
wrong?
no.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe in respect. But thank you for that edification. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think one thing that, being in this position and being on the dais is learning how to make people that feel unseen seen. And that's one thing that I've learned on the dais, and it's also made me a better educator. And I feel like that's something that I've been trying to practice and be more intentional about. And I just want to say that was one of the reasons why we were doing the events. We want to acknowledge and continue the tradition of acknowledging Jewish American Heritage Month. But Gabrielle, I really want to. I didn't get a chance to say this to your husband, but damn, his speech was from here. And I just wanted to say that when I heard his speech, it was really, really. It connected with me as a father as well, and just to hear his story was very, very powerful. Both your stories are powerful. So when you go home tonight, just say, I didn't get a chance to say goodbye and say thank you for his speech, but as a way to just say thank you and acknowledge his words and the trials and tribulations he went through, and then becoming a dad, and then that feeling of feeling seen. I saw him that night. One thing that I also learned from the event was there was like a handful of folks that came up to me and were like, "Thanks, Rod, for doing it." I was like, "No, it's not me. Gotta thank Gabriella for doing this." He's like, "No. I was really scared to come to this event. I was fearful to come to this event and feel like being ostracized or feeling like out of fear." And I was like, it hurts, because city council, the city hall, it's the people's hall, and like what we all try to strive here on the dais is to make people feel like they're seen, they're a part of the community. And I'm just glad that you were able to create that moment, a home for the Jewish American community. So thank you. And that's what we try to strive for, is a sense of community. And just want to from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the work that you all do. And before I forget, I forgot to give you all the proclamation, and let's do this photo, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Go right ahead.
My hope is that come Hanukkah time, we'll be able to do a menorah lighting in Daly City through the Daly City Chabad. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our last proclamation to today is Hepatitis B Awareness Week from May 18th through the 25th, 2025. Whereas hepatitis B is a serious viral infection that affects millions of people around the world, remains one of the leading causes of liver disease, including cirrhosis, liver cancer, and liver failure. And hepatitis B is a highly contagious disease that can be transmitted through contact with infected blood or bodily fluids. Despite being preventable through vaccination, it remains underdiagnosed in many populations, leading to an increased risk of long-term liver damage, liver cancer, and death if left untreated. And whereas hepatitis B often presents with few or no symptoms in its early stages, which means individuals may unknowingly spread the virus to others. Early diagnosis, testing, and treatment are critical in preventing serious complications, including liver cancer. And whereas the Stanford Asian Liver Center's Team HBV San Jose, a nonprofit youth outreach initiative, has been at the forefront of efforts to educate young people, families, and underserved communities about hepatitis B prevention, testing, and vaccination, Team HBV San Jose plays a key role in combating the stigma around hepatitis B, promoting knowledge and empowering individuals to take proactive steps towards their health. And whereas hepatitis B is largely preventable through a safe and effective vaccine. Yet despite the availability of vaccines and treatments, global and national efforts continue to fall short of eliminating the virus, especially in communities where access to healthcare and educational resources may be limited. Increasing vaccination rates and providing equitable access to testing and medical care are essential in combating this preventable disease. And whereas the City of Daly City recognized the importance of raising awareness about hepatitis B, encouraging testing and promoting vaccination as key strategies in reducing the spread of the virus, by supporting local outreach efforts, we can make a meaningful impact on the fight against hepatitis B in our own community and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Roderick Doss-McBois, Mayor and the members of the City of Council of the City of Daly City, do hereby proclaim that the week of May 18th through the 25th, 2025, as Hepatitis B Awareness Week in Daly City. Together, we can work together towards eliminating the threat of this preventable and treatable disease, saving lives, and improving public health. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Daly City this 27th day of May 2025. And we have Walton Lee from Team HBV San Jose, if you'd like to say some words.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Walton Lee, and I am a youth ambassador from the Stanford Asian Liver Center. And on behalf of the ALC and Team HBV San Jose, I'd like to thank Mayor Doss-McBois and the rest of the council for proclaiming May 18th through 25th as Hepatitis B Awareness Week here in Daly City. Hepatitis B is a contagious liver infection that disproportionately affects Asian and Pacific Islander communities, often without symptoms until it's too late. In the US alone, 1.2 million are living with chronic HBV, and 2 out of 3 are unaware of their infection. Yet it's preventable through vaccination and early screening, which is why awareness is so important and why this proclamation really matters. This proclamation of Hepatitis B Awareness Week intentionally coincides with Hepatitis Awareness Month, as well as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which hopefully is a reminder of the communities most affected by this silent epidemic. Although Hepatitis B Awareness Week officially passed already, it serves as a powerful reminder that our work does not yield to a calendar. Awareness, education, and prevention are year-round efforts, and today's recognition reinforces the importance of continuing this conversation well beyond just this 1 week. So once again, thank you to the City Council for your leadership and for your help in making this crisis visible. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. I'd like to open this up to my colleagues on the dais, if you'd like anything to say. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Actually, while you were speaking, thank you for being here. And the awareness is so important. I was wondering, has it ever been adopted, when people go for their annual physical, then they always do like the blood test and things like that for our AA and HPI community. Is it standard in most medical plans so that they can already get tested? That I know that there should be an awareness, but it should be like for me, I think it should be part of the standard care for when the patient comes in, and then for their annual physical, and then go ahead and screen them. Has it been adopted in that manner?
It actually has. Gavin Newsom
Right.
signed, I believe
He
it was
did sign it.
2022 AB 789.
Yeah, I knew it was recent.
Yeah, it was a bill to mandate medical facilities to provide a blood screening test and the 3-shot hepatitis vaccine to everybody for free, even to those with like Medicaid or so anybody who goes to a clinic in California will be able to access that for free.
Yeah, thank you, because I knew it had been recent, because I raised that question when I was at Kaiser, and they said that they do implement that in there, but I wanted to make sure that I knew it had been recent, because that's so long overdue, and there's so more work to be done, and whatever bills you need to be supportive, because like you said, people don't know that they even have it. They're carriers, and they don't even know that they're carriers. And I don't know if it's because they don't want to go get tested or, but I know that we do provide you guys always come into fairs and make sure in the community that hepatitis B comes for the awareness and the education and the testing to make yourselves available. And I know you came a long ways and really appreciate it, because we have to make sure that when we celebrate the AA NHPI month, right? But we also need to be realistic, and how can we make that a healthier community, right? How can we're making sure that they gain seats and positions and certain things, which is great to open the door, for that. But we want to make sure that the health component is a big part of that. And also with their elders and with their, aunts and uncles and cousins and so forth, make it like a movement kind of thing. And so whatever movement, and then through the mayor, you want, I'm sure that our council will support, because if there's any bills coming up and you need any of that kind of support, I think that our council, I don't want to speak for behalf of them, but I think pretty much this council would be supportive, and we need to continue to make sure. So that was a big step. So thank you for that, and thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing the fight, and because we got to make sure that it's healthy, and when people come here, not to be scared of the vaccine and is there a curability rate? Like if it's,
There is no cure.
there's no cure, right?
It's just a vaccine
That's
that
what
you
I
have
mean.
to take early
It's just the
on.
vaccine. So we haven't got there yet. So if the funding gets cut, like we already see cut, and there's studies being done, we need to support that. Because right now I know that NIH and all the other agencies are being cut for funding. And if there's any kind of research at Stanford or anything like that, we need to make sure that that also is on a forefront for our legislators to fight for that and see if we can make studies, which I'm sure there are studies at Stanford, and see if we can come up with that, and that, I believe anything is possible, but you need the funding and the support to do it. So, let's consider that as we move forward. And I think that it's a fight worth fighting for. So thank you so much, and to all the beautiful community, and let's get everybody healthy and aware, and know that they can get the vaccine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pranya.
Walton, I just wanted to thank you for what you're doing in helping the communities, obviously coming here to Daly City, working with Team HBV San Jose and educating and promoting the knowledge and understanding of how people can be vaccinated and how to be tested. So thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilmember Pranya. Councilmember Manala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your work, education. You've said it where it's really important to have screening and preventing this, because it is a very unfortunate situation that is preventable. I had a college friend who, this was now maybe about 10 years ago he had passed, but he didn't get screened, but unfortunately he passed away very fast. He was an avid runner and cyclist, and very healthy right, in that respect, but didn't know. And so that just is a call to action to those that are not screened, to get screened and also to get vaccinated. And thank you. I mean, that statistic that you said, 2 out of 3, is pretty stark. And so that continuous educational piece is so important. I want to commend you for that ongoing work that you do, because education is key in this respect, and you're really saving lives. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick, short question. Do you know how many people in the world?
I don't have the exact figure memorized, but
That's okay. I can tell you. I
It's-
know.
oh,
82 billion. You know how many died of hepatitis B? I can tell you that too. 1.1 million. So just wanted to put out those figures for you. There are so many diseases in this world, but this hepatitis B, having knowledge of that information, even though it only comprises of 0.014%, that's still too many. So again, thank you for the work you continue to do to spread awareness and your advocacy for such. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Walter, thank you for coming here to talk about this. I think that, when we talk about like action issues, right? And we talk about action issues, sometimes we don't think of an issue if we don't problematize it, right? And this is one of the reasons why we have these proclamations. It's almost like whenever anybody goes and takes a 12-step program, you have to admit that there is an issue. And if there is an issue, then we have to take care of understanding it, confront the reality that there is an issue, but also seeking help. And I think that your organization, Team HBV, getting you politically engaged in terms of understanding the advocacy part of it has long-term ramifications in terms of educating the community, but also in your own leadership journey. So thank you.
of course.
And so before we go, let me hand this over to you, and let's take a quick photo.
Sure.
Go, Mayor.
You want to hold?
Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
That's all you, man.
Oh, Denise.
We'll just Photoshop you out. Oh, one more.
Wait, one more.
Wait.
Are these your parents?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, your
Here we go, come
parents.
back.
Thank you so much.
You did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Aw.
Thank you. Thank you.
For right through. All right, let's move this along. So we're off to item number 5. For year 2026 and 2027, the biennial operating and capital budget.
Thank you. Okay.
And I'll hand it over to the staff for the presentation.
Thank you.
When Richard finishes the capital, take questions, and then we'll just do a next step slide.
Cool. All right. Stand.
Okay, here we go.
Good evening, Dr. Mayor, Honorable Vice Mayor, and council members. This is the fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027 biennial operating and capital budget preview. Joining me this evening are Assistant Director of Finance and Administrative Services, Amanda Halber, as well as Directors Cosgrove and Chu. Tonight is the fourth and final budget study session prior to budget adoption. We will first review the operating budget, then the capital budget, and lastly, we will discuss next steps. Starting with the fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027 operating budgets. During prior budget study sessions, we discussed multiple risks associated with this next two-year budget cycle. Those risks included the loss of American Rescue Plan Act funds, the potential of vehicle license fee shortfall revenue not being received from the state, and the potential loss of federal funding for the city's community development block grants, among other risks. I mentioned at the last budget study session that staff would also bring to you some potential budget adjustments that could also happen during the next budget cycle with respect to general fund revenues. Some potential revenue improvements include a temporary or one-time increase to sales tax revenue from the Cormorant Energy Storage Development. When that project is completed, the city will receive a total of $4 million of sales tax or sales tax in lieu from the development. Half of that, or $2 million, is spread out over this next two-year budget cycle, and the additional $2 million will be in future budget cycles. As mentioned, this revenue is one-time revenue just for this development. The next potential revenue improvement involves the vehicle license fee shortfall. If the city receives the shortfall from the state each fiscal year in the budget, there will be an additional $6.1 million in the first fiscal year and $6.6 million estimated in the following fiscal year. So those currently are not in the budget. Regarding property tax revenue, this revenue could increase over time with new developments and property sales where valuations are adjusted by the county. There is also a potential $1 million to be added to the property tax base due to the Cormorant Energy Storage Development. This slide summarizes general fund revenue by type of revenue. For fiscal year 2026, of the almost $122 million in revenue, property taxes account for 42% of general fund revenues. Sales tax revenues account for 22%, utility users tax 6.5%, business license tax 5.5%, citywide charges and fees 4.4%, franchise fees 4.3%, interfund transfers 3.5%, rents and interest 3%, and all other revenues 8.8%, totaling for fiscal year 2026, as mentioned, almost $122 million. This slide summarizes general fund expenditures by type for fiscal year 2026. Of the almost $130 million in expenditures, salaries account for 45% of general fund expenditures. Benefits account for 28%, fixed charges 12%, services and supplies 10%, and the rest to interfund transfers, other charges, capital outlay, and program costs. Continuing with expenditures, this slide shows the same total expenditures, only now it is shown by city department. And this is the first of two slides, starting here with police, fire, recreation, public works, library, economic and community development, and finance. And also the other smaller city departments by expenditure, the Office of the City Manager, Human Resources, City Attorney, City Clerk, the City Council budget, and city treasurer and non-departmental budgets. Again, totaling almost $130 million for fiscal year 2026. This chart, as we've seen before in prior budget study sessions, shows general fund revenues, expenditures, operating surpluses and deficits, capital expenditures, total general fund surpluses and deficits, general fund reserves in dollars and months, and lastly, preferred and minimum reserve levels. This chart shows the citywide fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027 operating budget requests. For fiscal year 2026, the total citywide revenue budget request is just over $243 million, and the total citywide expenditure budget request is just over $240 million. This chart matches the 78-page report that staff emailed council last week, and except for any changes, this will be the same attachment for the budget council item for the June 9th city council meeting, where staff will request adoption of the citywide operating and capital budgets. Before we move on to the capital budget presentation, we can pause here for any questions or comments related to the operating budget.
All right, Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. First, thank you for all the hard work. Great presentation. I just have a quick one. I mean, I know this is exciting. Thank you to the Camarant project. When you said the property tax will be 1 million at the beginning, what is that, page 4? There'll be $1 million. Is that annual, or is it just from the beginning of, for the projects built
That's a good question.
from Camarant?
It's basically an estimate provided by Cormorant regarding the future valuation of the parcel post-development. So post-development, the parcel, well, currently, the vacant parcel now, the city does receive some property tax revenue for that parcel.
Correct.
And Cormorant, in their analysis, provided the city with what an estimate would be of property tax revenue, which would basically be the first year post-development. Once the county reassessed and charged property taxes according to the new valuation, the city would receive approximately an additional $1 million in revenue. That would remain in the base for the city, and the following year that would increase over time, mirroring and matching the increases for property tax revenue in general.
Yeah.
But post-valuation, approximately $1 million additional added to the city's property tax base revenue.
So also, on the vehicle license fee, we know that we're not, obviously, we haven't received it for the last 2 years. And that if we do, I know, thank you for the $6 million, and then hopefully the next one, and hope we do receive it. So given that we haven't decided the deficit yet because things are moving, but it looks like if we are able to obtain all this, then there's a possibility that that deficit will not be as we think it is. Is that correct? Because the last time when we had the budget, it was 1 point whatever. But then hopefully, if we're able to obtain the VLF for the next 2 years, and then have that great project, the Camarant project, that'll be online, then hopefully that will help that smaller adjustment for the deficit.
So thank you for that question. The second column of data, fiscal year 2025 year-end estimate, down towards the bottom, negative $1,556,069. That's the projected deficit for this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Looking at the numbers, the current numbers for the fiscal year, staff estimates that we'll end the year approximately $1.5 million in deficit. In terms of the $6 million, $6.1 million that I referred to in VLF revenue, VLF shortfall, and also you mentioned the $1 million in Cormorant potentially having that. That, as I mentioned, wouldn't really affect fiscal 26 and 27, as that project, I think, on the timeline of the project would be completed around 2030.
Yeah.
So the valuation and that $1 million that was talked about would probably be in the base, the property tax base for the city then, after the development's complete. But let's just take your other question specifically regarding the VLF shortfall. So we have received the fiscal year 2023 VLF shortfall from the state. We received that this fiscal year 2025. The fiscal year 2024 shortfall will hopefully be received in fiscal year 2026 and hopefully be received somewhat soon. We're still awaiting word about the current state budget on that. So again, the VLF shortfall, when received, is received 2 years late. So the 24 shortfall that we already know about, 6.1 million, will hopefully be received in 26. And the current estimate for the 25 shortfall, which could change based on various factors in the county, but could change, increase or decrease, most likely increase. That 25 shortfall, if received by the city, would be received in fiscal year 2027, the second year of the budget. It is true that if we were to receive that, again, I mentioned it's not budgeted, so that would be an improvement. And again, I just want to go back. I didn't give you the list again of the risks that staff sees in the 2-year budget cycle. We discussed that twice at 2 separate budget study sessions. So I wanted to show you this, the other slide on the possible improvements. And that's correct. It would improve the projected deficit for fiscal year 2026 and 27 if we receive it. I just wanted to also note that these numbers do not currently include any cost of living adjustments for bargaining that the city is currently involved in. And once we conclude any tables of bargaining, we will bring those budget requests, budget increases to council at that time. So the projected $7.849 million for fiscal year 2026 does not include currently a COLA adjustment.
Thank you. And one final one, I guess is probably on page 8, when it's a budget request by department. I know it's probably, I'm on the city council, but I see there's an increase in assets that because of it appears that some of this progress seminar we spend, that there are a lot more money. What's included in the, you guys are so thorough. I'm so happy to see this, that I don't know if, Mr. Nevin, that we have the 531 requested and it's 442 in 2025. Is it just based on average of cost of living, or what's included in that?
So if you look from fiscal year, let's say the 2025 budget, the 442 that you referred to, and just move forward to fiscal 27, 477, that will show over those 2 years sort of a natural progression, a natural increase, small increase. The relatively small increase for fiscal year 2026 that you noted is made up of a couple items, but primarily a sister city trip to Japan in fiscal year 2026. For the cost of that trip, that is included in the fiscal year 2026 budget request. So that is the temporary increase, and then the next year, 27, doesn't have additional expenditures like that. So if you were to run it, just for 442, the natural increase would be 460 or 462, and then 477. But the 26 request includes an international
because
trip.
the sister city. And then do we know the cost of that, or do we can ask at a different time?
I do know the cost that was budgeted for it. I can't recall that specific amount, but it would relatively show in the numbers that I mentioned if It's, I don't have the number that was budgeted, but I can
Yeah, we can
provide
get, like,
council with the number that we budgeted for that
That
trip
looks like a
specifically.
pretty big, 90,000, whatever that the people could use. Okay, thank you very much. That's it for now. Thank you very, and I'm sure we have time to ask questions before the next meeting, correct? In between, we can contact city manager.
Of course.
If we have any more questions, we'll contact Tom on anything prior to the next when we meet on the budget. Right? That's okay.
Yes,
Of course, right? Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor.
right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
of course and always, yes.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
I was going to wait to the end, but Mr. Nevin, since you asked if we have any questions at this point, how much property taxes are we getting prior to the common rent deal?
In total property taxes.
No, just from that area, because you have
Oh.
on your first slide.
On the parcel that I talked about.
On the parcel.
Okay. Roughly, the city currently receives around $60,000 per year.
60,000.
Yes.
All right. And-
Cormorant's estimate in their analysis that they provided to the city was $1,070,000. So that's where we get the net 1 million additional.
All right. I calculated to 877, but it's close
Okay.
enough. Times 1.14%. Thank you. Looking at page number 6. And I'm just gonna make a comment. Just correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Ready? Salaries and benefits total 73% of the general fund.
Correct.
Okay, on page 7?
Uh-oh.
Huh? I love this, Tom. Tim. And I guess I got part of the answer because you got a total of 100% on page 8, but I didn't even get to page 8 yet. I was just looking at page 7. So if I were to take the column percent of GF, I got 93.4. So I see what you're doing. You're gonna go to page 8 and see if the difference is 6.6. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's pretty close. So don't worry about page 8. I'm just looking at page 7.
Okay.
Ms. Halber, what'd you get? Did it add up to 93.4? Okay. So, more or less. Now, I just want to see if my numbers were correct, if I'm off. So I took the 93.4 and I multiplied that times the 2026 budget request, and I get 94,747,615. I'm just wondering if that's the same as the percent of the general fund, because it seems like it's pretty close. So again, I took the 2026 budget, which is 129,791,254.
Correct.
And I multiplied that times, give me 93.4% of that figure. So I'm guessing that between salaries and benefits, we are looking at 94,747, which I didn't add those two up on page 6. 94,14. Oh, you got a bad number. You got 30. I guess that's 38 million. You got the comma. You got the comma in the wrong place.
Which one?
Page 7. Salaries and benefit. Oh, that's probably page 6 then.
Okay, yeah. there's
Okay,
extra
there you go, on
number,
the
yeah.
benefits. So we got the comma in the wrong place. So the question I have is the 94,747, which is 93.4% of the total budget. that's the reflective of what the salaries and benefits would be. So, so, no, police, fire, recreation, public works, library,
Economic, yeah, and finance.
and finance. So just that page alone on page 7,
Uh-huh.
on the 2026 requested budget, that would be about 94 million.
That sounds right. I didn't
So,
subtotal both pages, but
right,
yeah, you could see from the general fund percentages,
Right.
3.1 plus 1.6 plus 1.3, all the way down. That's a
That's
very
about-
small number.
right.
Compared to
So
the
about
first page.
6.6,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
All right, you know how I am. I don't ask a question that I don't already know the answer, but I just wanted for clarification so that I know when we make a decision that I understand what's going on, because good work thus far, very good. I'm hoping to catch something in here, and I'm having
Well, you
difficulty.
got the comma, yeah. That was-
But
that's a big
I'm
one.
having difficulty, so good job.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, just.
Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you so much for the presentation, all the hard work that you've all done. I do appreciate delineating what will be forthcoming, such as the Cormorant projections. I know you said it's gonna be maybe when it's built down the line, but seeing, I think you said about $1 million coming down the pipeline is important.
For property taxes, correct. And
property
then I
tax.
mentioned the sales tax portion as well. So the way that was structured was that the city would receive part of that during development and part of it more towards the end. So
When do we receive the development piece?
while it's in development, between now and 2027, I believe the city would receive, I think, the first 2 million of the 4 million. It's really, I call it property tax in lieu, I'm sorry, sales tax in lieu, because Cormorant's going to build the facility, and they want to reimburse the city for what, as if everything was purchased in Daly City in terms of their build-out. Not everything that they're going to build, and they have to purchase Tesla batteries and other things for their facility. Those will be purchased outside, but they wanted to provide the city with 1.5% of what is going to be spent to build it. Again, as if it were everything was purchased in Daly City. That's where they got the $4 million figure from on the sales tax side. And it's one-time revenue. It comes in but the property tax revenue, once reassessed and valued by the county post-development, that will stay in the city's property tax base going forward.
Thank you for that clarification. In line with the projections, I think at one point I wanted an assessment or projection with KB Homes, knowing their anticipated timeline and the property tax that would actually hopefully bring forth. I know that they're in also pre-development, but I think that's gonna also bring in some property tax forthcoming.
We'll look into that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then on the slide that we have, I think Vice Mayor was probably talking about it, but on the slides that we have from fiscal year 2024 to 2025, I know you mentioned that we're going to have another meeting after this for final approval. Is it possible to add another column in the percentage change between fiscal year 2025
Like a
and
variance, huh?
fiscal year 2026?
Which slide? Sorry.
I think for all of them, I mean, just
Oh.
in between, so that we have an understanding around what was the change from 2025 and 2026.
Sure.
It's just adding
Yeah,
a
we could-
column in all
yeah.
of the, in the, yeah.
Yeah. We can provide a percentage change and send that as an attachment to the council.
Thank you.
The variance, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Good one. That's a good one.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
All right. I just want to say thank you for putting this, the staff putting this whole packet together. I really appreciate the hard work and the clarity and transparency that you provided for us. I think that, again, as long as I've been on council, it's steadily been improving every time we've done these budget sessions, and it's making it more and more clear with what's happening and what we can forecast in the future. So I know there's more to come so would you like to proceed? Yeah.
We can proceed with the capital improvement program. Thank you. And I'll pass it off to Director Cosgrove.
Thank you very much. The first slide is a 5-year capital improvement expenditure request and forecast. The first 2 fiscal years that we are requesting, fiscal year 26 and 27, sanitation, water combined, you see 7.65 million and 9.8 million. In the 3 other years, which is a forecast, a planning, if you will, this is for planning purposes, subject to potentially change. You see combined 42.25 million in 28, 10.9 million in 29, and 7.9 million in 2030. Just a little bit of a reason why a couple of 2 or 3 large projects are out there in the forecast. The Vista Grand project, a pipeline project under Interstate 280, and a significant project at a drinking water pump station. A little bit more detail on the projects for sanitation and water. In fiscal year 26, we have 10 projects for the sanitation district, 9 projects for the water fund, 5.05 million for sanitation, 2.6 million for the water fund. In fiscal year 27, 8 projects in sanitation, 11 projects in water, 4.7 million, the request in sanitation, 5.1 million, the request in water. The details of the sanitation projects, you have a resurfacing of sanitary sewer streets, sanitary sewer assets that are on streets. Headworks 1, fine screen replacement project, sewer main rehabilitation and improvement projects, sewer lift station rehab replacement projects, vehicle upgrades, and this is funding to help supplement the vehicle replacement fund when it comes to sanitation vehicles. Plant process improvements, plant structure improvements, treatment plant air scrubbers, treatment plant electrical upgrades, and then sanitary sewer management plan / master plan system improvements. Altogether, for fiscal year 26 for those projects, a request of 5.05 million. And in fiscal year 27, a request of 4.7 million. For the water projects, thank you. Sorry about that. I did something to the PowerPoint. There we go. For the water projects, street resurfacing water main projects, pressure reducing valve replacement projects, well rehabilitation projects, fencing for our reservoirs, water plant improvements, SCADA system upgrades, projects that are hydromatic tanks, equipments. Again, this is a supplemental, this is funding to supplement the vehicle replacement fund for water-related vehicles. Citrus pump station replacement and main rehab and improvements, and electrical upgrades at the Westlake pump station. For fiscal year 26, the request is $2.6 million for all those projects. And for fiscal year 27, the request $5.1 million for those projects. And I believe that's it for water and sanitation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions at this time? All right. Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Mr. Cosgrove, thank you. And Mr. Nevin, one thing I don't have here is what's in our current funds right now. the reason why I asked that, because I'm going straight to the enterprise fund. What do we have in there?
For the reserves for our enterprise funds?
Right. Do you know off the top of your head? Because you don't have to give me an answer right now.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
don't, yeah, I don't know the exact number,
Okay.
no.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Because the reason why I asked that, because I see in 2027 fiscal year for sanitation of 4,700,000. Then it jumps to, and I was trying to figure out the variance. It jumps to forecast 20,550,000. And I'm just wondering, can we do that in 2028? Or what are we doing to mitigate that? Because that's a big jump.
Yes, yes, it is. A few different ways that we're planning to fund those projects. One is through the sewer service charges, which is the main revenue source for the sanitation district.
Okay.
We're also looking at potential loan to fund that project. Like, for instance, Vista Grand project is funded through the SRF program through the state of California, and through the WIFIA loan program, which is a federal program with the Environmental Protection Agency. And then there's also grants that we are seeking for those projects, specifically a hazard mitigation grant with the state of California. So a combination of sewer service charges, loans, and grants.
It's just me speaking. I don't think that's good enough. I'd rather defer away from loans if we could possibly. There are a lot of changes coming down the pipe, especially for issues like the coastline. And, whatever we can do to protect our current funding and maybe, if I understood it more so, but I just hate to depend on the EPA because changes can be made. The state is about $12.8 million in debt right now, and there's no guarantee for me. So I like to feel a little bit more comfortable, but thank you for letting me know those additional resources are available. But I'm looking for a rainy day fund, and just if you can provide more information on what we have and somewhere where we can put it aside, okay? It's just me thinking. We could probably continue to talk more, but you say, oh, yeah, I'll get back to you on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So,
I guess we could proceed.
that's it? Okay. Let's see. Sanitation. Who's got?
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm going to continue the discussion on capital improvement program as it relates to the general capital project. So these are non-enterprise funds projects. So starting off by requests by the various funding sources, this slide helps kind of indicate the various funding sources that we have. You have obviously the general CIP fund. That is basically unrestricted funds that can be used for any type of capital projects. The rest are restricted funds. We have Measure A, which is restricted to transportation and road maintenance. We've got Measure M, which is also related to traffic congestion. In addition to that, some of that can be used for water pollution. Measure W is similar to Measure A, which is transportation and road maintenance type projects. SB1, which is also road maintenance and rehabilitation. There's also a portion of the solid waste franchise fees that is attributed to Muscle Rock landfill. So those are the various funding sources that we are requesting funds for the upcoming 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 2026. Total amount of just under $9 million. And then for fiscal year 2027, just under $8 million total request. Okay, similar to the other slide that you saw, this is also a 5-year CIP expenditure request and forecast. You can see the various funding sources and the amounts for each fiscal year. Councilmember Sylvester, you will also notice in fiscal year 28 a big jump. It is not uncommon to have these big jumps, especially when we have a bigger need than the resources that are available. Typically, when we work on the next budget cycle, we will reevaluate, prioritize the highest priority projects that we can afford, and then we will adjust accordingly. I can tell you right now, unless we have some other new funding source, I can tell you we won't be able to fund the $38.8 million. So we will need to prioritize and readjust accordingly. And as we get closer to the end of the 26 and 27 budget cycle, we will be evaluating and reviewing the future requests and making adjustments accordingly. Projects by various categories. So for the next 2 years, we've basically got 3 categories. Traffic and transportation, there's 9 projects requested for each of the fiscal years. For facilities, there's only 1 for each of the fiscal years. And then for Muscle Rock, there's just 2 projects that are being requested for both fiscal years 26 and 27. Again, you can see the fiscal year 26 request is just under $9 million, and the fiscal 27 request is just under $8 million. Going into a little bit more detail, specifically for the traffic and transportation type projects, we've got most of these projects are routine type projects. We've got cooperative project development, the regulated output series circuit streetlight conversion for the Northridge area. We have crosswalk improvements, traffic signal and streetlight improvements, our regular street resurfacing type projects. Also, we have some Vision Zero improvements. The next 3 is ADA related. We have the barrier removal project, and then ADA/sidewalk improvements for each of the fiscal years, 26 and 27. And then we have the Bayshore and Woodrow Wilson Safe Routes to School project that you guys have seen. And then in addition, a few more here is 2 more street resurfacing projects, 26 and 27 for the street resurfacing. That includes design and construction, and you can see we're requesting design funds for the 27-28 street resurfacing project in fiscal year 27. We've also got the St. Francis Heights slurry seal request for fiscal year 27, Bayshore slurry seal for fiscal year 26, and also the Westlake slurry seal for fiscal year 26. So in total, just for the traffic and transportation categories for fiscal year 26, it's a little bit over $8 million. And then for fiscal year 27, it's just under $7 million. And then the other projects, as I had mentioned previously, building and facilities, there's 1 project in that category, and that's the parking meter upgrade. And the request is $500,000 for each of the 2 fiscal years. And then, as mentioned previously, Muscle Rock, there's 2 projects listed. They're also both for both fiscal years. We've got the Muscle Rock landfill site maintenance and the Muscle Rock site routine monitoring. Most of these are requirements, minimum requirements as it relates to regulatory compliance for Muscle Rock. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you may have for me in regards to the general capital projects.
Councilmember Prano.
Thank you. Again, thank you, all of you, for these reports. I'm just going to ask a quick question, and that is, I'm guessing that a part of the showing of the price increase is because so much is, the prices are going up. And when you're repairing the streets and the lights and getting meters, all that costs money just to be able to bring it to us so that it can be
installed and used. So I don't want to assume, but I'm guessing that when I look at a big price change or increase, it's because the cost of necessary items.
That's definitely part of it. We have noticed a significant increase in construction cost in the last few years, and hopefully the trend will calm down, but it definitely has been increasing quite a bit over the last few years.
Thank you.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Yeah, I have to agree with her. Like, we don't know what the going to be the cost. Tariffs or this or that. We have no idea. So it's kind of hard to, I appreciate all of you because it's been a very hard, during these times. I mean, you've done an outstanding job with what you have. I have known some cities that have gotten some fundings. I don't know what departments. I can't remember exactly. And I was going to send the information over to our city manager, but now that we're all here, through the National League of Cities, I know that South City had received significant amounts and that Flora Nicholas had traveled there, I think last year, and then she was able to obtain more, and her city manager as well. So I think there's something there, but then again, we're not really guaranteed, I guess at this time, how are we gonna get the funding, right? And if it's already been allocated or not allocated. But you guys are doing, ladies are doing a great job and appreciate everything. So we just have to keep tabs, and I know you do diligence and try to keep us going and moving in the right direction. One thing breaks and then something else happens, a natural disaster, and that daggone muscle rock just keeps on going. And then, I'm thinking to myself, that is an ongoing project, and with the status of like trying to fix that thing, how do you stop, what is inevitable, right? Like that's a very difficult, my hat's off to you, Mr. Chu, because I don't know how engineers have to figure everything else. But especially now that there's probably lack of federal fundings for temporary, hopefully. But, and the same for you as well, Director, and Mr. Nevin and everyone. But thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Great job.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you for trying to basically foresee the questions that I may want to ask. That's a good job. Thank you. Because I had asked Mr. Cosgrove, but you provided it here on page 18, what I was looking for. So with that in mind, this request by funding source, you're indicating the different funding sources that we have and what may come out. And what I had asked Mr. Cosgrove is, what do we have now? I see Measure W, County of San Mateo, half-cent sales tax. There's a discrepancy of $1 million. Is that because that's going to sunset in the year 2027?
Actually, no. The reason for the difference in 26 and 27 is based on the project itself. And the type of project, some may be more heavy construction where we're going to require additional funding. Some may be more design where you're using less actual funds for that particular year. Most of these funding sources are, for the most part, kind of relatively consistent. Although, as you know, some of the ones that are gas tax related, those will be challenging as more electric vehicles come on board. So yeah.
Thank you. So basically, you're providing us information as to where the funding is going to come from by the various sources that I see here.
Yeah, these are the requests by funding sources.
Got it. All right. So, as you so politely made mention that we're going to have a big one in 2028 as your forecast here of 38,804,000. Okay. Mr. Nevin, you okay? Yeah, these are budget numbers, so I'm asking a question. So I think it would be great information to have when you indicate the different funding sources. Remember, I had asked, what do we have in the account now? I think it would be, and I think when you got fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027, and you indicated request, that's the amount of money that's probably going to be coming out of these funding sources. You're going to be requesting that from these funding sources. But we don't have a column for 2028 to which it goes up almost 500%. I'd like to know how much we'll have in those funding sources by then, at least, so it can help
No,
us plan.
Thank you for that question. It's a really good question. So the terminology is interesting, but for 26 and 27, what staff is actually doing is, quote, requesting of council that we can budget for these projects in those 2 fiscal years.
All right.
And that's as far as we go in terms of the official ask. But for capital, we add on a couple additional years. And in the capital budget book that's published and available online, we do another additional 5 years, I believe, Director Chu, is in terms of projects and expenditures that we foresee in the future, I think with the sanitation and water funding as well. And also, just to get back to your one question about a specific line item or funding source and why maybe one fiscal year we'd ask for one project, and then Mr. Chu said the next year we asked for less because the project itself required less. We do track and we meet every year and we discuss exactly that. What is the available balance? What is the anticipated revenue for that year? And what can we afford? What types of projects can we request of council? So we're not really, in a sense, requesting from the council anything about the source of funds, but that staff is looking at how much funding is available and then what are the projects needed. We're requesting of you approval of the projects needed within the available balances, if that makes sense.
It does, Mr. Nevin, but I tell you, when it comes to 2028, looks like I might be in for a rude awakening. So I like to hit it off at the pass now, but I know none of us has a crystal ball.
Yeah.
So, this is great work, but, you have to ask the questions,
Yes.
I think,
Yes.
and be prepared.
And that's why it's shown to you as well in terms of what does it look like going out and
And I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Perano.
Thank you. In looking at slide 23, where you have parking meter upgrade, it does indicate what we're looking for to fund that project. But I'd be curious if you guys have some sort of an idea of what kind of income, because that's going to create income, right? So I was just curious, do we have an idea?
We're definitely, and if, Director Chu, if you go back to the slide that shows the funding sources, the general funded projects, I think it's, right, so the top line, general fund CIP, fiscal 26 and 27, that's actually the general fund funded project, is that parking meter project you refer to.
Right.
So we are limited in the general fund of what we can afford to add to Director Chu's list of projects that need to get done. A lot of those have specific funding sources, as we've talked about, for transportation projects or other types of projects. Then there's also a need citywide that the general fund gets a request for. So yes, we're asking council that we could move forward in 26 and 27 with $1 million project spent over 2 years that would upgrade every existing parking meter in the city. A new system, you drive into other cities and park and understand what types of technologies are available. So that's what we're going to look for, are easy technologies where people can, pay on their phone or pay in one location for 10 or 20 spots, that type of technology. So we're looking to not have 1 meter at one space like we have now. So that'll be a big improvement. We could also look at what's being charged per space, per hour, and see what's reasonable on that end as well. I think our current fees for parking meters are fairly low compared with other places. So that is an investment for what we hope to be future revenue that the city could take in from that. So every existing meter, and then looking to expand in a few areas maybe where we don't have meters today. So that type of thing. That will be the cost of that entire, the $1 million request over 2 years to really upgrade the program and expand it a bit and have additional revenue from what we see today.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments from Councilmember Manalo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the work that you have all done to ensure that we do reach out for those grants. I remember going to the U.S. Conference of Mayors and receiving a lot of federal grant information in which I had shared with our city manager at that time. And he mentioned to me that you all applied for whatever we were eligible for. But at that time, I remember just grabbing all of the information, whether it was, around projects like environmental, capital or public works, all of those streamlines. I mean, we are under a different administration now, but I just know that even as you all look for grants, when we're in, whether it is Cal Cities or U.S. Conference of Mayors or whatnot, where these resources are shared around applying, we do. Because this is all a team effort. We know that, we have a unique situation in Daly City, but we're definitely highlighting how we can build upon it. And I think that looking at the trajectory, we're doing our best in our economic forecast. And I mean, thankfully, we're not in the 2-month situation. And there is reserves, but we always want to see how we're to build revenue for the future. The idea and the basically projections, I think Councilmember Proaño is asking for around our antiquated coin machines, where sometimes you can't even put a coin in, is understanding what that would also yield. We see the cost that you mentioned, but I think it's also like, well, what would we anticipate receiving from those new technology, which is so helpful. I mean, I've used it in San Francisco, Redwood City, and I think that, yeah, we are definitely long overdue. And it also will help the businesses. We had our legacy business, $1.50 only. It used to be $1 only, then $1.25, and then $1.50 only, showing really where we are as far as inflation. And he has mentioned how there isn't a lot of movement in that area because of the broken meters. And so even for businesses like our legacy business, that's going to help in getting more foot traffic, not only to him, but to the Brazilian import store, all of that. And so there's definitely a trickle effect when we look at really upgrading our systems, not only revenue-wise, but also to the businesses that look for that revolving kind of, like someone's there all day and then, no one can park there, right, for our businesses. So thank you for that. Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to point out that the revenue projections for a new system will be analyzed during the RFP process. So the successful vendor will be able to project what it is we will get increased revenues. Does that make sense? Does that kind of answer the question? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, one other thing. We may be looking at additional parking places, which would require us to come to council to potentially amend an ordinance at a future date. So just put that on the horizon as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add on is I appreciate the traffic signals and the streetlights, most importantly, on the improvement on streetlights. I can't tell you how many residents have expressed their concern when they lose their lighting for months and months and they can't see. So I want to thank you also for that. I know how big that is and what you have to do to find the best streetlights now compared to what we had when Daly City was being built. So thank you.
I don't have any additional comments or questions, but I'm just gonna hand it over to you, Tim, for next steps.
Thank you, Dr. Mayor. Just to conclude regarding next steps, next month, actually the next council meeting on June 9th, staff will be have an item for council adoption of the full fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27 operating and capital budgets. Also, later this month and into June, staff will continue negotiations with labor groups regarding new contracts. We anticipate later this summer and in the fall of 2025, bringing those MOUs and potential budget changes for council approval. And then looking forward to early 26, starting in the winter, we will have concluded fiscal year 2025, and as I do every year, we'll bring the fiscal year 2025 year-end review to council to show you where we ended the year. We'll also be getting ready, even after we're coming to you next meeting for budget adoption for a 2-year budget. As council knows and we've talked about, we haven't had a 2-year budget for a while since COVID, since prior to COVID. So with a 2-year budget, it is an extra year of projections, and it is an extra year to make adjustments to. So early in the winter, probably around the January, February timeframe of 2026, we'll be coming back to council with any mid-year budget adjustments for that first year. And then we also have, because it's a 2-year budget, another window to look at what a mid-cycle, so mid-cycle of the 2-year budget cycle, coming back for what do we need to adjust for the second year of the budget in fiscal 2027. What revenue do we not anticipate? What expenditures do we not anticipate? And coming to council asking for changes to those budgets. And then also just budget related, as you know, staff from various departments comes during the budget cycle and asks for changes to the budget in terms of a new contract or a new program that wasn't anticipated prior to today. But what we're bringing to you on June 9th is everything that we have at this time, everything that we know. And again, we have opportunities to make adjustments during the cycle. And that concludes my presentation this evening and our presentation, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was a lot of good work, so thank you. All right. So moving along, can I get a motion for the approval of minutes for the regular meeting of May 12, 2025?
Motion to approve with a one caveat on the last page on committees. In the last page on the committees progress seminar, our council member Teresa Praano was not noted, and she had attended. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. We have a first. Do we have a second? Okay. We have a second by Councilmember Praano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approval for agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the special meeting of May 27, 2025?
Motion to approve?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oral comments. I believe all these other comments are for item number 13. Seeing none for general comment, we'll move down to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda?
Oh, you got.
Is there anything to be pulled?
What was that? Sorry.
I didn't know if anybody wanted anything pulled. Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Okay, so we got a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moving down to public hearings. To item number 12, compliance with new legal obligation. Subject, public hearing on City of Daly City vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. Assembly Bill 2561/Government Code,
Oh, thank
Section
you.
3502.3. And we have Natalie Sakal for the presentation. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
What is this?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This evening, I will be presenting the status of the City of Daly City vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts in fiscal year 2025 as mandated by Assembly Bill 2561. The city manager just provided each of you a corrected staff report for your reference, along with the slides. As background, this presentation satisfies the obligations of Assembly Bill 2561 that are codified in Government Code Section 3502.3 of the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. The obligations under the law apply to all public agencies, cities, counties, and special districts that are subject to the MMBA. Effective January 1st, 2025, Government Code Section 3502.3 was added to the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. This government code requires public agencies to hold public hearings before the governing board and report at least once per fiscal year on the following. 1, the status of vacancies. 2, recruitment and retention efforts. And 3, any necessary changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. If the governing board will be adopting an annual or multi-year budget during the fiscal year, the presentation shall be made prior to the adoption of the final budget, which will happen on June 9th. This new legislation addresses the issues of job vacancies in local government and the impact of vacancies on an agency's ability to deliver public services and consider employee workload. Additionally, if the vacancy rate within one fiscal year is at least 20% in a bargaining unit, additional obligations may apply. For example, if the number of job vacancies within a single bargaining unit meets or exceeds 20% of the total number of authorized full-time positions within one fiscal year, the public agency shall, upon request of the recognized employee organization, include all of the following information during the public hearing. 1, the total number of job vacancies within the bargaining unit. 2, the total number of applicants for vacant positions within the bargaining unit. 3, the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted. And 4, opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. Our agenda for this presentation will include workforce information, vacancy information, recruitment information, hiring issues, recruitment efforts, and retention efforts. The city has 371 total budgeted and authorized full-time positions in employee organizations. This does not include executive management and unrepresented employees. Listed below are the city's departments: the Office of the City Attorney, Office of the City Clerk, Office of the City Manager, Economic and Community Development Department, Finance Department, Fire Department, Human Resources Department, Library Department, Police Department, Public Works Department, Recreation Services Department, and the Water and Wastewater Resources Department. This slide shows vacancies created within fiscal year 2025, which is July 1st, 2024 through April 30th, 2025 by month. The left column lists the number of vacancies created in fiscal year 2025, the number of vacancies filled, the number of remaining vacancies, the number of full-time employees budgeted, and the percent of vacancies in each month of this fiscal year. The average percent of vacancies, the highest percent of vacancies, and the lowest percent of vacancies are summarized below in the chart. The average percent of vacancies at the end of each month was 2.28%. The highest percent of vacancies at the end of the month was 4.3%, and the lowest percent of vacancies at the end of a month was 0%. This slide outlines the vacancy information by bargaining units, which all bargaining units have received in advance of this presentation. The following sections in blue indicate the following information. 1, the number of job vacancies created in fiscal year 2025 by bargaining group. 2, the percentage of vacancies created in fiscal year 2025. And 3, the number of budgeted positions. I wanted to highlight that the requirement under the government code is to report on the vacancies within 1 fiscal year. While it is not required under this regulation, the city is also providing the total current number of vacancies by bargaining unit, so the council can see the total number of vacancies to date for a more accurate look at where the city is with total vacancies for complete transparency. And that information is in yellow. As you can see on the slide, no bargaining unit exceeded a 20% vacancy for vacancies created in fiscal 2025. However, when we look at the total percent of current vacancies in a bargaining unit in the yellow section, Local 39 operating engineers and Police Officers Association exceeded 20%. This slide provides a general overview of the information on the recruitment and hiring process. The first step is a vacancy is created, which initiates the recruitment requisition that's processed by the department. Then the job is posted on an announcement. Applications are screened. A candidate completes a written or practical exam, and then the candidate completes a panel oral exam. A candidate goes through internal department interviews. Following the establishment of the eligibility list, the candidate is selected. A conditional job offer is made. The pre-employment process begins and the job placement occurs. This slide shows more recruitment information and statistics. First, it lists the total number of vacancies filled from the vacancies creating during the fiscal year 2025, which is number 7, which means of the 23 vacancies created in fiscal year 2025, 7 were filled within that same time. Then it lists how the positions were filled. The number of vacancies filled by an existing eligibility list was 4, and the average number of calendar days to fill those vacancies was 36. The number of vacancies filled by a new external or internal recruitment was 2, and the average number of calendar days to fill those vacancies was 137. The number of vacancies filled by a new internal-only recruitment was 1, and the average number of calendar days to fill those vacancies was 0. Lastly, it shows the total number of remaining vacancies as of fiscal year 2025, which was 16. Next, we're moving on to hiring issues. The city reviewed applicable policies, procedures, and recruitment activities to identify any potential obstacles in the city's hiring process. We identified the following potential obstacles: the pre-employment background process, advertising, and outdated job specifications. Some options to address these obstacles include: 1, streamlining the pre-employment process. We are in the process of updating recruitment procedures for department heads and managers. Advertising, we're working on improvement of recruitment branding on job postings and revamping the website. And 3, the city will also be recommending the review of all job specifications prior to opening any recruitment. The city has been aware of the classifications that are above 20% vacancy rates and have been working closely with those departments to address those issues. For the police department, this slide outlines their current recruitment efforts and pending recruitment efforts. Their current efforts include the Police Officer Hiring Incentive Program, which includes a $10,000 hiring incentive, advertising on their social media videos, billboards on local shopping centers and Daly City DMV, patrol car bumper stickers that outline to text for a job application, the use of civilian positions to support field personnel, which include mental health clinicians, community service officers and crime analysts, technology improvements, which include data aggregation that includes more data efficiently at our fingertips, saving valuable time and software investigative tools. AI report writing forms are forthcoming. Some pending efforts include a lateral hiring incentive bonus, consultations with recruiting firms, developing a full-time recruiting unit within the police department, and hosting the Academy Training Consortium and exams in Daly City. For the Department of Water and Wastewater Resources, current efforts include their Operator in Training, or OIT program. The department supports hiring at the OIT level and provides on-the-job training, as well as education for employees to flex up into an operator. For public outreach, they provide education on DWWR industry to local community and high schools. They have focused advertising efforts, posting on specific DWWR job boards, such as CWEA, Bayworks, and their social media. Their pending efforts include the department is working on a job readiness program with the community colleges. This entails working with community colleges to develop a degree or certificate program in the field of water and wastewater treatment. This slide outlines retention statistics within fiscal year 2025, the total number of vacancies created and the reason for those vacancies. Again, the total number of vacancies created during fiscal year 2025 was 23. The number of vacancies created by internal promotions were 9. The number of vacancies created by retirement were 6. The number of vacancies created by involuntary separation were 2. The percentage of vacancies resulting from attrition was 34.8%. The number of vacancies created by voluntary separation was 6. The percentage of vacancies resulting from turnover was 26.1%. And the annual staffing turnover rate is 1.6%. That concludes the mandated presentation on the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. As mentioned, the city is obligated to, by Assembly Bill 2561, to report this information to the governing board on an annual basis, so you will receive another update on this topic next year. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Natalie. Are there any questions, comments, feedback for Natalie?
May I just?
Yeah. Councilmember Prano.
Thank you so much. This was so enlightening and so detailed. I appreciate it, and I know you were mandated, but on the other hand, thank you so much for preparing that. I know you and your staff had to prepare this, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other questions, comments? Councilmember.
I'll go after.
No, you go ahead.
Councilmember Manalo.
Just make a quick comment, that's all.
Oh, okay. Are you sure, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to commend you on the presentation and the data that you provided to us. I think it's important to see where we're at as in staffing, and also showing what's being done in the respective departments and where there's kind of large recruitment needs. One question I have is, in comparison to the two departments, there was some, I think, public education in the wastewater, Department of Wastewater and Water, to the public schools. I think that it is also, would be great to see that type of program with our Daly City Police Department, and in regards to having that sort of outreach in the local high schools or local colleges. But yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Mr. Kyle, thank you so much for the report. As the mayor, Councilmember Perano indicated earlier about concise and very informative. And, you know, in the time I've been here, I've never had something like, whose idea was this?
The state.
When did this, okay, well, I don't know. When did this law come into effect?
January 1st, 2020.
Oh, okay. No wonder I haven't seen it. But I appreciate it. It's good stuff. And a lot of questions that I've asked before in the past as to minimum staffing requirements. And I just did a quick calculation here. And according from, when I'm taking San Francisco, for instance, with a population of 800,000, 1,941 officers, you divide that amount, you get one officer for every 712 people. I took the same with Daly City and added the 88 and 23 for 111, divide that into 109. You got one officer for every 972 people. Isn't that amazing what numbers could do for you? So, I would not have been able to do that if I didn't have these stats here, but I want to say excellent, excuse me, excellent job, and it's good information to know what our city is doing, the steps and the proactive steps that has been taken. I already know part of the answer, especially in the area of police officers. It takes a year to train a police officer, but you said a magic word that a lot of people don't know, and that's lateral transfers, where you bring them in from other departments and it doesn't take a year. It only takes a couple of months to get them acclimated to Daly City. So this is good stuff, and I really appreciate it. So I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember
Yeah.
DiGiovanni.
Oh, Natalie, that's great. It's very concise. And then when you were looking at the retention, I know because every department's different, and I know it's so different. The firefighters already have, there's all, staffed all the time. And our police department is whatever creative ways they can do. I noticed that they came out with a lot of creativity. And even if it's a creativity of like 5 years, and then maybe they get, to make them, not saying it's a different culture out there when they could then these people have been here for a long, while, and that $5,000 if you stay 5 years or something it's the retention, I think that seems to be, I'm not sure, but it's, the chief and them can do that because we have such bar none, it's the best department there is. And people need to know that the culture here is the best. And then, you need to stay, young people, and then realize how great you have it in this Daly City PD, and then whatever ways we can keep them here, and then, I'm sure we'll all be supportive of it. And thank you for being so supportive of the departments, and that you allowed, yourself, and they came up with some creative ways that's long overdue, not long overdue, because you guys were always out there. But I think that this is a really concise and excellent plan, and commend you, your staff, and all the departments, because I'm sure because you always include everyone and their ideas, and very well done, bravo, and looking forward to a healthy, because it is such a great city to work for, and, we have you, and we have our Daly City PD, or wastewater, everyone. I mean, where could you go? Recreation, library, Linnell, everybody. So I know it kind of sounds kind of biased, but it is the best. So what can I say? So great plan, well done, and thank you very much. Appreciate it. Very well done.
I don't have much to say. I just want to echo everything that my council member said. So with that, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open public hearing?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I didn't receive any cards.
Motion closed.
At first, I'm gonna second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Can I get a motion to adopt the resolution by roll call?
Motion to adopt resolution?
Second.
Okay.
Second?
Oh, yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. Roll call vote. Sorry about that.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. Thank you, Natalie, for your work. All right.
Thank you.
So we're getting down to item number 13. Thank you for the different organizations that stayed put through this meeting. And so item number 13 is City's HUD Consolidated One-Year Action Plan for fiscal year 2025, 2026. We have Linnell Salaguin for our presentation. And Tatum Miller's there.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm here tonight to present the fiscal year 25 26 one-year action plan. Okay, so annually we get funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Specifically, we get CDBG and home funds. So CDBG funds are, the intent of those funds is to provide decent housing, suitable living environment, and to expand economic opportunities. And for home, it's to increase the supply of affordable housing. And both of these programs target lower income households. So you either have to income qualify or this project has to be located in a low income census tract. So FY 25-26 is the third year of our 5-year consolidated plan. And at the start of the 5-year consolidated plan, we defined priorities, and the priorities include increasing the supply of affordable housing, preserving housing affordability, maintaining and improving the housing stock, supporting public services, facilitating economic development, and provide, maintain, and improve public facilities. Specifically for the 5-year con plan, we had presented the development of the Early Learning Center. So FY 25-26, I think I mentioned earlier, is the third year of a 5-year planning period, but it's also the first year of a 2-year CDBG funding cycle. So grantees that receive funding in 25-26 are eligible for 26-27 funding given satisfactory performance as well as the availability of CDBG funding. So for 25-26, we found out recently, May 14th, that we will be getting $929,286. And then that added to anticipated program income and unallocated funds, we have a budget of about $1.6 million for CDBG. So our allocation for administration, there's a cap of 20%. So we recommend funding at a 195,457 for general program admin and fair housing. Project Sentinel provides the fair housing services. Then we have $540,000 for housing, which will consist of our residential rehab program and our minor home repair with Rebuilding Together. And for economic development, $83,000 for funding towards Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center and Upwards. For public services, we're recommending $128,000 for life, which is within the 15% cap that we're allowed for public services. So we're recommending funding for Life Moves, Family Crossroads, Project Read, Peninsula Family Service, the Daly City Partnership, HIP Housing, and Legal Aid Society. And then for capital projects, $719,000 for the development of the Early Learning Center I mentioned previously. In addition to CDBG, we get home for 25-26. Our allocation is $272,000, $965.83. So the cents is just something that started a year ago. I thought it would be gone, but they're sticking with the cents. So our home admin is capped at 10%, and then the balance of 90%, we recommend going to affordable housing development. And when we have a project in mind or that we engage with a developer, we will go back to council. And at least 15% of that is required to go towards a community housing development organization. As a component of our CDBG funding, we have a public participation process. And so the public participation process consists of a public hearing that was held on December 9th to hear housing community development needs. And then we publicly noticed and made available a draft of the one-year action plan for 30 days. And then tonight, we're having this public hearing. For the recommendations, we recommend that council conduct a public hearing on the one-year action plan. And I recognize some of the subgrantees here tonight. Allocate the funding for the various CDBG and home activities, approve the city's one-year action plan, and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or his designee to sign the appropriate forms and certifications as part of the city submission to HUD. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thanks, Linnell. Let me just go ahead and open it up to our, my members of the dais, sorry. Councilmember Prano.
I have a quick question. Thank you for the presentation, first of all. Very detailed. What happens, so let me ask a question. There's a property where, on El Camino, that the city worked with housing everybody came in and helped build their housing, their apartments or condos. It's on El Camino?
Oh, is it 7555 Mission by the Colma BART station?
Yes.
Okay, that was a Habitat for Humanity.
Habitat. Were we part of that?
We provided home funds to them, and we also owned the land.
We owned the land?
Yeah.
Or we owned it?
We owned it.
We
And
owned
then
it. So the reason why I was asking was, I noticed when I passed by there that the houses look like they need the condos, are they condos?
They are condos, so
Condos.
there's an HOA.
Okay. There is an HOA.
Yeah.
Because it looks like, it just going by. Have you gone by there recently? It looks like there's mold. It looks like it needs a paint job. So because there's an HOA, we have nothing to do with it. Do they have enough funds to take care of something like that? I'm just curious. Have you driven by there?
I've driven by.
Yeah, you can see that it's in need of, repair or paint.
So an HOA is supposed to establish a budget to draw from to do improvements to the common areas. So that is something that they are required to do. I don't know where it is because it's not a city project anymore. I don't know where their priorities are on their own sort of capital
Right.
budget.
No, I'm just concerned because I figured that if we had anything to do with it, I'd just like to know that, if you wait to take care of something like that, then the people that live in it could have issues, especially if it becomes an issue with mold or anything. And it just may be just how it looks, but that's how it looks when you drive by. That's all. Thank you.
And we do have an ongoing relationship with Habitat. Now, I don't know what their active role is in the HOA now because, again, an HOA is an organization established by the owners of the units. But we can certainly pass those concerns on to Habitat.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So thank you for the report. Personally, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions, comments? Not yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I know it's such a relief to know what the numbers are, especially when we were in committee with Mayor, the uncertainty of what we would get allocated from the federal government was kind of where we were at. And so seeing the numbers and knowing we are going to have an allocation, hopefully encumbered and sent over to us in that regard. The items, as far as the line items for the organizations, I feel very comfortable with moving with this because, we have flushed it out with Mayor and I in committee. These are organizations that have been longstanding in our community. They continue to do the work that are mission-driven, reaching the population and really the target areas that we're mandated to do with these funds. And so I think that I wish that we had more federal funds. This is what we're able to work with. I know that if we did have more funding, we were looking at an expansion of providing dollars for potential organizations that may not have been long-standing, but have a mission that is, of course, serving the community. So with the given plan that you've provided, thank you, Linnell, for your hard work on this, as well as you, Tatum. I am for this. I think that we're just waiting on the waiting game, and now it's solidified. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm familiar with CDBG, and I want to first start off by saying that a good job is done because Linnell and who's the other lady? Is it Betsy?
Betsy Zobel, who
Right, who
retired.
retired, right.
Yeah.
And I remember the two working together, and I would question, well, why does this company get it and the other doesn't? And being part of that committee, I can see why, because it's tough. You have a limited amount of funds. You have to set aside money for staff, and a lot of organizations come to Daly City and they want funding, and it's hard to choose. And if there's any improvement that I think could be done, and that is to provide, are these all the programs that has been approved for fiscal year 25, 26?
Yeah, they're recommended for funding for 25, 26.
Recommended funding.
The council, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't aware of all of them that we have presented here. I guess only the committee would know that, but I think more transparency in putting it out, like, perhaps these organizations requested but did not get it. Maybe a list, you may have like 50 organizations, and I can just look at that and you say, oh, you approved 15 of them and it came out to $53 million, but why didn't you give something to everybody? Well, no, that's kind of hard to do. You would not know it's hard to do unless we see. And if anything, we can offer some input, because I think this is a very, very important aspect that our city does. So just my thoughts, but I want to say good work. I have no doubts that each one of these that you made mention is definitely deserving, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Linnell, first of all, thank you both for the great hard work. Would you mind going back to that slide I think it's 128,000 and add a list of organizations? Oh, I got it. Life
there you go.
Moves, Family.
Right.
I get it. Project Read, Peninsula Family Services, Daly City Partnership. Yeah, obviously all needed. Has there been any in your area, because you guys are the experts, that I had attended? It was something that was saying that even in other states are now the thing, because housing is affordable housing, real affordable housing is pretty limited. So there's been some kind of movement, I don't know how much in our area, but Airbnbs, it's great to have the income, but they're saying that it is cutting into the availability and the numbers of affordable housing. Did I get that correct, Ms. Tatum?
Yes, I mean, I think statewide and probably
Yeah, I think it's
nationally,
statewide.
the amount of short-term rentals does affect the housing market. That's why this council, when they were presented with a short-term rental ordinance, that was
Right.
one of the priorities. And so there were restrictions put on unhosted stays, and that the units that would be rented had to be primary residences. So investors couldn't come buy
Correct.
property in Daly City and then rent them out as short-term rentals. So Daly City built in their own protections through the ordinance.
So how much oversight is done for that so we can, to make sure? Do we have like an outside source?
Yes, we have an outside contract that
Right, so we still have
combs
that?
the platforms and triangulates. And
Yeah.
'cause as you know, when you go onto those rental platforms,
Yeah.
they don't give you the address, but they're able to triangulate and figure out where those units are.
Right,
And
because
so
there's
they-
some multiple names, right? I remember that. They started creating so many names. I appreciate, because I know that when the webinar I was on as well, when people were speaking about that, I know that I get it. And then you're right, we did a good job of the ordinance, but at the same time, we're going to like keep track of all that. And I appreciate your office does that, to keep track of that if it gets out of control, because it is, affordable housing is very limited. So I think haven't done, and I think that Councilmember Sylvester brought up a good point, if to see the list prior, but I think that these are the great choices, and I know that monies don't go far, but I know that at least we have something available for each one of those hits a pocket in our city, right? And for the residents. So, because I've been able to have people go to legal aid and then go to HIP housing. I see that all those are valuable as well. Peninsula Family Services, who does a lot, Life Moves. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Great job.
Councilmember?
I just wanted to say, to address Vice Mayor's comment, we were able to fund everyone that applied except for the one agency
Good.
that decided not to move forward with their application.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Good, thank you.
Excellent presentation, and, it's an honor to work with Councilmember Manalo and the whole crew to put this together and having different options. I think we mentioned that in our staff report months ago when we talked about this in the like option A, B, and C, and not knowing what type of money we're gonna get. I guess my concern is knowing the type of federal government frameworks around DEAI, and knowing that all these organizations all fall under the watch list, I guess you would call. How likely would this money be stalled or denied?
The Congress has approved, there was that continuing resolution. So for 25, 26, we're good to go pretty much. We still have to go through this funding agreement process with HUD. Next year's another story that we'll wait to see how that pans out.
Well, I guess I'll just have to take a deep breath. But moving along, are there any other comments? Yeah.
One last comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think when we talk about these dollars going to affordability and making sure that families remain in our community, the agencies mentioned do exactly that.
Yeah.
Right? What Legal Aid Society, we know families that have gone through Life Moves right there at top of the hill, and have, like people that, really not only individuals, but people with families that go there, get stabilized, and get to move on to stable housing. And so, like I said, I wish we had more funds. As far as, I think this council looking at the broad strategy on helping families and individuals with housing, we did exactly that when we looked at the Airbnb, or whether or not it was Airbnb. We definitely made a decision to make sure that the individuals renting out were homeowners that lived in those units. Now, it was definitely a debate, but because we cared so much about having more options for residents, we voted that these units couldn't just be vacant. These individuals who rented out their property had to live in those units for at least 6 months. Knowing that they had to, the intentionality behind that was we didn't just want it to be empty, and also for, we're putting some sort of safeguards on it. And so, thank you for making sure it's being monitored in that respect. But I know that when we did make those decisions, it was looking at it broadly to make sure that, we didn't just want properties being purchased when they can actually, and no one would actually be in those buildings. And I think if you can just provide us a report on how many we have, And then also, I think in that respect, I know this is not on this agenda, but it would be helpful for us to understand how many is out there and then who's monitoring it. And then also the income portion of it, since we talked about budget earlier in our discussions. What is the TOT tax regards to that? And in the future, if we need to revisit this, then we might have to. I think that we want to take into account how taxing it is, even though if it's 6 months of Airbnbs on our roads, on our sidewalks, and all those pieces. And I don't know if we even did that type of analysis when we did our TOT tax or whatnot. So, thank you.
Okay. So with that, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open?
Okay.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I have 3 cards here.
Oh.
So let's go ahead and start with Laura Foneke from HIP Housing.
Yay.
So thank you for your patience, everyone.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council and city staff. I'm Laura Finucchi, Director of Programs at HIP Housing. We applied for funding for a new program of ours, which is called our Housing Readiness Program, and it's specifically for seniors. Seniors are the fastest growing homeless demographic in the country. It's not right that seniors do not have affordable housing in our community. About 13% of the individuals who've applied to the Housing Readiness Program are from Daly City. 60% of them are experiencing homelessness for the first time. And 100% of them don't have anybody to help them navigate our complex housing system. And that's what the Housing Readiness Program does. We do case management with older adults. We bring them in. We make sure that, first of all, they are connected to San Mateo County's Rent Cafe portal, which is the subsidized housing portal. And if they don't have an account, we set up an account for them. If they have an account, we review their account to make sure that everything is correct, because we find very frequently that information is not correct on that portal. So this dedicated support for our older adults really makes them feel more secure about their ability to understand housing resources in our community and get them connected to what they're eligible for. We also work with them on helping them create a budget, because sometimes they have credit issues, and also connecting them to other programs that can help increase their housing income, like CalFresh or the Senior Community Service Employment Program. So we're thankful for the opportunity to apply for funding through CDBG, and we thank you again for your support. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. All right.
Can't.
Oh,
Public comment.
okay. Thank you, Lauren.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Melanie Ford from Upwards. Welcome, Melanie. Thank you for your patience.
Yay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Melanie Ford. I'm the Community Impact Manager at Upwards. I'm here tonight to thank the Community Development Team and Committee for their funding recommendation and share how our BOOST program can strengthen Daly City's childcare providers who are in most urgent need of support. Despite playing a vital role in our community and local economy, childcare providers in Daly City earn on average just over $18 an hour, classifying many as low to moderate income. This makes it hard for them to sustain, let alone grow their business. At the same time, over 50% of Daly City children under age 6 lack access to licensed care. So this leaves thousands of families, especially mothers and single parents, left struggling to fully participate in the workforce. This is a conservative estimate, as these daycares also help with before and after school care for up to the age 13. We heard a lot about job retention in the last agenda item, and it's worth noting that these family child care providers, aka home daycares, are not only tend to be much more affordable, but also much more likely to offer flexible hours for those of us who work non-traditional hours. So I want to dive into how we do this, how we address both sides of the challenge, but in the interest of time, I will just say that it's an intensive year-long mentorship with the team who has their own lived experience of running successful in-home daycares. We equip providers with a free childcare management software system that helps from, and they'll get free access to that in perpetuity, so that helps with the sustainability aspect. And we also help with hiring teaching assistants, and just want to say it's a proven model. We're successful in not only meeting but exceeding projected outcomes in San Jose, which is our largest partnership by far, and Palo Alto, which is our longest partnership. So thank you again, and I'll reach out in case you have any questions on how it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it. And last, we have Carlos Reyes from Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center.
Hey.
Hello. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and city staff. I'm Carlos Reyes, the program manager for the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center. And we're grateful to have been receiving CDBG funding and support as we support the small businesses of Daly City. Renaissance believes in opportunity, and this opportunity is for entrepreneurs at every stage. We offer workshops, classes, one-on-one counseling for small business owners and for those who wish to begin their entrepreneurial journey. Our guidance provides the entrepreneurs who we support the confidence and tools they need to pursue their dreams. From the entrepreneurs who are ready to take the first steps at starting a business to the experienced business owners who are seeking supplemental support and resources, we're here for them. Partnering with the Jefferson Union High School District and the Daly City Public Libraries, they've generously opened their classrooms for us to host sessions where entrepreneurs can have a local space to visit and learn how to start and grow their businesses. Collaborating with Daly City and the Parks and Rec Department allows vendor opportunities for the businesses that are ready to showcase and sell their products and services at events such as the Top of the Hill Festival and Spring Fun Day. We also host educational conferences and networking events, such as the upcoming Passion and Profit event on June 11th at the Cal Palace. With our target goals of serving 40 individuals and 16 businesses, we make sure we offer accessible classes as well as being out there in the community, sharing our resources at community events. Supporting the services that Renaissance provides also means supporting Daly City entrepreneurs and small businesses. We look forward to continuing our services as the Daly City small business community grows. We thank you again for your continuous support.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Seeing no other cards.
Motion to close.
Got a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Are there any other discussion, feedback, comments? Seeing none, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution by roll call vote?
Motion to adopt resolution.
Second.
Okay, we got a first and second. Ms. City Clerk.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Rod.
Aye. Great. Thank you for all those that stayed late and congratulations and thank you to the staff for putting all this stuff together.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thanks, Lynell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appointments, board commission membership, committee appointments. Are there any appointments at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to reports, to council committee reports. Are there any council committee reports? Yes, Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I had quite a few, and I'm trying to get this paperwork all together. So I'll first start off. Oh, Tatum, Tatum. Yeah, I just want to give you some good news. 493 Eastmore. Everybody know about 493 Eastmore?
Yeah.
Huh?
That's
Through Hart, right. I sit on the Hart board, and we had an emergency meeting just last week. Apparently, the council approved part of Daly City putting up, I think it was 3 million or 5 million, something like that. And Hart matched it with 7 million. And apparently, they've been having trouble trying to get further, I guess, tax credits. So they're going to go through Hart, who Hart may purchase the property, and they pay back Hart. And that was approved.
Oh, wow.
So now they have to move forward for additional approval, so we're moving ahead. I think is it 72 units or 35 units? One of those, but 100% affordable.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, when I found out later on as to how much each unit cost, ooh, so it's been a work in progress. Okay, so that's hard. Thank you. The other one was mosquito vector, and I made a couple of notes here. AB 810, Mr. Picolotti, Assembly Bill 810. Do we know what Daly City, if they wanted to come to Daly City to find out information on the internet, what's the URL? DailyCity.org. .org. As per Assembly Bill AB 810, by the year, I think it's 2027, it has to end in .gov or ca.gov. So anybody smart, I mean, I thought about going online and see if I can grab that address. So, yeah, oh, Tim, is there an update, or do I have it wrong? I was reading it early.
No, that's correct. And our ISD division within finance is working on that. We've already secured .gov,
Right.
and we're working at the transition as to when we will be completely .gov in the future. But of course, it's going to be an adjustment, but we're working on that. And they have extended the timeline a few times, but it is coming up, and we are ready for it.
Mr. Nevin, thank you so much. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes because that's no easy task. So just wanted to bring that up because mosquito vector is going to have to do the same. San Mateo County mosquito vector. Okay, Aedes aegypti was found in Santa Clara County. What was found in Alameda? West Nile. So be very careful. But you say, okay, well, that's them. What'd you find in San Mateo County? None. So I just wanted to put that out for mosquito vector. And as we had a big discussion tonight, thank you, Mr. Nevin, the budget was passed for mosquito vector. We are definitely solvent. Okay, that's mosquito vector. Pre-hospital emergency medical services, to which our city manager was there. We passed both budgets. Just want, this pertains to ALS, Advanced Life Support, our ambulance service. And apparently, this JPA, which consists of 21 cities, have been paying in, and we subsequently make payments to San Mateo County for dispatch and the ambulance service. Well, guess what? It's going up. And we're trying to work with the Board of Supervisors to find out if they can talk to the county manager, how can we deal with this extra expense? I have an idea, but I don't want to give it out. But I did explain to President Supervisor Canepa, so we're part of an ad hoc committee so that we can try to mitigate some of these expenses. And it's based on, Tom, do you know what FRUs are or something? FRUs, revenue based on FRUs. Apparently, Daly City's share PSC dispatch to cost Daly City $185,000, and I believe that's based on the amount of calls. Well, guess who pays more and they have less population than us? Menlo Park. They have to pay $197,000. And as you know, Daly City is no longer the biggest city in San Mateo County. We've been overtaken by San Mateo, and they pay $212,000. So, let you know that that's coming down the pipe. Pre-hospital emergency, mosquito vector, heart, and and back to mosquito vector. If you want to find out more about mosquito vector, they have an open house. June 21st, 1351 Rollins Road. And they got activities for kids, exhibitions, equipment displays, insect displays, and light refreshments. You know, it's like how I read that from the back, because the back is written in Spanish, but I couldn't read everything in Spanish. I had to go like that. So, June 21st, open house, and the entire public is welcome. And if you don't know, we don't just look at mosquitoes. If you got rodents, you got mice, you got raccoons, you got I learned about kids like in the schoolyard. They play in the dirt and then they kick this little round things. Well, some of those are hives and they don't know it. They're actually hives that may have fell down from the tree. So you have to be very careful. A mosquito vector can come out and look, and you're paying for it. There's no charge. It's free. So take advantage of it. I recall my son calling one time. He had a raccoon problem, and he learned a little secret. What you got to do is put flour down on the ground, and you'll see the tiny footprints and where they came from and where they went into. I mean, oh, this is good stuff. So anyway, that's my report. I try to make it enjoyable because I enjoy all these things. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's my report.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
through the chair, if I may, because it was such a delightful presentation, Vice Mayor, can we ask staff to put the flyer through digital networks through our Daly City Instagram? And I think that would be great in that respect. Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. I'll
because-
be more than happy to.
I will say I might bring my kids. It depends, but every time they see a mosquito, they're like, "Mommy, there's a mosquito!" And so, it's a learning experience for families and children. I think that'd be great.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other council committee reports?
Oh, I do. I want to say that we had the North County Fire Authority, and I think, I think Vice Mayor and I would like to see if we can have another meeting, because they proceeded with a meeting with no representative from Daly City. And so I just I think we're looking into making sure that, that we do have representation whenever there's a meeting. And so we're looking at the possibilities of changing the bylaws for that particular board. Because there is Pacifica, Brisbane, and for those watching in the audience, and Daly City. And it's a joint powers authority, with the administration, one fire administration, facilitating over 3 fire departments. And so we meet on an annual basis. And we're looking at having more meetings, but at that particular meeting, there was no representation from Daly City. And so we are looking at another possibility to have that meeting. And I am the chairwoman at that time. Council member Glenn Sylvester, it was my vice chair. And so if anything, we just want the courtesy from our partners, to have another meeting in that respect. So I wish both of us can say what happened at that meeting, but we are requesting for another meeting in the future. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. So I have one council committee report. I attended on May 22nd.
The PCE?
PCE,
All right.
Peninsula Clean Energy. There was a lot of updates regarding what's going down the federal, down to the local. As y'all know, the federal level at the House of Representatives passed the big, beautiful bill. And that has some really detrimental things that are happening at the local level. One or two examples: accelerated phase out of the clean energy tax credits here locally, and also the end of the electric vehicle and home energy credits. So it's now headed to the Senate. We'll see what happens there. U.S. Senate voted on the California electric vehicle mandate. So on May 22nd, 2025, the U.S. Senate voted 51-44 to block California's landmark rule that would have banned the sale of new gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035. This rule, known as California's EV mandate, require that all new vehicles sold in the state be zero emissions by 2035, a policy that has also been adopted by 11 other states and was set to influence about a third of the U.S. auto market. With that, we had our California leaders such as Governor Gavin Newsom and our Attorney General Rob Bonta. Right when that vote was passed, they introduced a lawsuit to challenge the Senate's action, calling the vote illegal and arguing it violates the Clean Air Act and states' rights. Another update was that during a winter report and talking about PCE opt-outs between 2021 and 2025. So as of 2025, we retain more customers and have less opt-outs. I think it's because we've been around since 2016, and people are starting to understand the brand a little bit more. What else is there? One huge highlight was the approval of the energy storage services agreement for the Wright Battery Energy Storage System with Stellar Wright Best LLC. So Wright Solar, located in Merced County, just outside the city of Los Baños, which is a partner of PCE. We had an exclusive E&A with them. And so with that approval, Wright Best become the third combined solar plus storage system in PCE's portfolio. It's an 80 megawatt, 320 megawatt per hour, the largest battery project in PCE's portfolio. And the reason why this deal was able to be completed was because at the federal level, there's this softening of the tariffs with China from 145% to 30%. And so during this 90-day truce, our negotiator was able to go in and work with Wright Solar and to negotiate it within this time frame, because we don't know the next time when the 90-day tariff is gonna either increase, decrease, we don't know. So adding the Wright Best to the Wright Solar would create many benefits for customers, including minimizing curtailment of solar production at Wright Solar, which creates more renewable energy credits, improving ability to harness and manage energy, market volatility at the Wright Solar location, and increasing the reliability by adding new dispatchable capacity to the grid. And so it's expected to be operational by June 1st, 2026, and construction will be conducted using a project labor agreement. And so, yeah, it was a lot of big things. And we've also extended Sean Marshall as the CEO for PCE, and they did a really, really great job over the past couple of years. So we had a fruitful discussion, and she's going to be coming in our third year, and a lot of different things that are happening for PCE moving forward. And so that's it for council committee reports. City council reports.
Mayor,
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on your report. And congratulations. Thank you for your representation on PCE. I used to be on PCE, so I'm all about energy efficiency. And when you made mention about taking the current dynamic and fluid situation, especially pertaining to tariffs, and acquiring, because solar panels are made with things from China. Whoever thought about that, it has good foresight, and whoever went there and consummated the deal needs to get a raise.
Oh, yeah.
So I just thought I'd let you know. Thank you.
Of course, we'll let him, Roy. Okay, moving on to city council reports. Item number 15, are there any city council reports?
I do, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I wanted to just share with everyone that we had the cafe age-friendly workshop in Daly City. We had Supervisor David Canepa, who had brought age-friendly cities to the county. I want to acknowledge those that were present in regards that were staff, Jennifer Durr, Leilani Ramos, and then also Rihanna Mariano, and then Tita Perla Abrientos and Chair Phyllis Rizzi. I know that also council members Di Giovanni and then council member Teresa Praño was present for that presentation. But it was really led by the committee I was really grateful to be able to present on behalf of the age-friendly task force from Daly City, but to hear also what was happening in our corresponding cities next door was also great. And so I think there's going to be more of these events down the line. The next event, we had Council Member Phoebe Venkat, who raised her hand to have the next event in Foster City. And so also later that week, I did do the USC Mental Health Awareness Challenge. So that was an ice bucket challenge. Council member Madison Davis of Brisbane tagged me, and I did the challenge to support mental health awareness. I want to thank the staff for assisting me getting that ice cold water. Leilani and Rihanna, thank you for that. I did continue, and I tagged South San Francisco Mayor Eddie Flores. So if he hasn't done it yet, remind him the month isn't over. And also San Bruno Mayor Rico Medina to continue to have that awareness in our community. And then remind folks that there is help out there, and that 988 is there and so many other resources in our community. And then I want to say that Mr. Mayor and he was dressed in his Philippine attire, very regal, at the 169th anniversary of San Mateo County, and also unveiling ceremony at 500 County Center with his son. It was really amazing to celebrate the history. It started off in the History Museum with an enactment of what happened many, many years ago in, what era was that? But Victorian era? I don't know.
Not sure.
Yeah, but they were dressed and they were reenacting what had happened many years ago. And then also that same week or the next morning, it wasn't even 24 hours, the Midway Village grand opening happened. And it was the grand opening of Phase 1 and also celebrating the Phase 2 groundbreaking, which was amazing to see. Mayor Rod did one of the keynotes, and he did exceptional in talking about how important it is to have housing in our community, especially affordable housing. The residents were so happy every time we saw them in the hallways. As far as the facilities, it was well done. Mid-Peninsula did an amazing job. And in Phase 2, that project will eventually have childcare on it. So when you talk about wraparound services, making sure the community has the resources they need, it's definitely a model, and it's still, to this date, the 555 units is still the largest affordable housing project in San Mateo County. So congratulations to everyone. And then also joined the Council of Cities with Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester in San Mateo County at their police department. They were talking about something that Acting Chief Christensen brought forth to us in our budget around technology, having a real-time center. And so they are just a tad bit ahead of us, starting in October. But I know that's something that we heard directly from our police department, and I think that we've seen how it's cross collaboration around different departments. Public Works could use it, the fire department can use it, and so how it's an asset in the future. And so it's great to see other jurisdictions have that type of technology. And then Shine Pacific Islands Together, amazing work, Reina, and Olive. It's just such a beautiful event for the family. And it's been Shine Family Day when it first was at Jefferson High School, but I think the ideal location is Gellert Park. They bring in all the inflatable jumpers. And then there's like no one at the park because all the kids are at the inflatable jumpers. And it's just a good vibe. I mean, you really feel the island, right? Island love and vibe when you're out there. And so that was really wonderful. And then after that same day, went to Para sa Comunidad in South San Francisco High School. They did basically a community fair highlighting vendors in the community, Filipino vendors, and it was great to see. And then that weekend, joined the ICSC summit, and what that summit is really to promote economic development. And if you can think of all the different types of retailers across the country, you'll find all those retails and restaurants that are there. And so I thought it was a productive summit. I joined ECD specialist Mabel Manio, and imagine 4 football fields of just being able to see what type of economic development restaurants. And so I think in the future, we'll be hopefully seeing a grocery outlet in Daly City and not have to go to our neighbors, San Francisco and South San Francisco. Also, an idea of having savers come to Daly City. We did have it before, but because of if you think about it, the era of kids nowadays love thrifting. Like it is definitely, and it's environmentally friendly, if you think about it. And so maybe we can have a savers here in Daly City, and also talk to Kimco as far as the person that really heads the retail management and the possibilities of the ground floor under the apartment buildings. And so it seems like they are still and on track for that. And then you think we remember that the idea for that ground floor retail is having consecutive restaurants. So kind of bringing in what's up there by Kin Kan, and all of that, and bringing it all the way down. And then also joined the mayor. We got to catch each other. I was late as well with vice mayor to the Jewish American Heritage Month because of work. But I do know that Gabriella did mention it was really great to see all 5 council members come to the Jewish American Heritage Month, and she notated that and really was grateful in that respect. I want to say thank you to Denise Brown for really helping with Lights of Hope,
Yeah.
the cancer awareness program, when
That was nice.
we had Janet Alvarado reach out to Find Space, who is a huge advocate around ensuring that there's support for the American Cancer Society here in the area. And it's around education support. And she will be having an event. It was a preview on making bags. There's going to be 100 bags placed by Tunnel Tops in San Francisco, just for the hope that we can have for those fighting cancer, for cancer survivors, and that we continue to fund, and also in memory of those that had passed through cancer. And so that was a very beautiful community event. And then also the PBRC installation, I will say, with Vice Mayor and his wife and all the community members, they were definitely decked out in their barong. If you know what the barong is, it's the Filipino pineapple. So they both were matching in their Filipino attire. And then on Memorial Day, I just want to thank staff. Thank you for ensuring that the flags were half staff in honor of Memorial Day here at City Hall. and also went to the Myanmar Community Thingyan New Year. It's the Burmese New Year celebration. It wasn't here because in the Burmese culture, water is what you're. So imagine water in foggy Daly City. It was not going to work, but they have a large community in the Fremont area, Newark area, but a lot of Daly City residents trekked over there in celebration for their new year. And so we had Supervisor David Canepa, Consul General Ana Valenzuela, his wife, Personnel Board Tony Bayuden, and then also my daughter Giselle, who did do the water play. We weren't prepared for it, but I said, you know what, you're gonna dry up. And I just want to note, we have one of the largest Burmese communities in the Bay Area, and also saw Dr. Rod, Mayor Rod's students there. Yeah, and it's pretty amazing. I know you're the advisor for them. They were also there active. And so I just want to say also, last but not least, I know that there's a lot of community members that need legal support on so many different issues. And sometimes getting legal support sounds daunting. But due to the lack and need of community members in Daly City, I know that we do have legal aid in San Mateo County, but we know how bombarded they are, and how much they're bombarded. And so there will be a partnership with API, Asian Pacific Legal Outreach, who had a grant to support San Mateo County residents. And so it's really great that they wanted to partner with the city of Daly City to provide this free legal service for the community. It will be pro bono, and we know how much our community needs it. And so I think that information will be forthcoming so that we could share it with all of our community members. The location, I think, that is identified will be at the War Memorial because it's accessible to transit. And that was one of the key things that we were looking at. So I just want to thank staff for their support on making this happen and for partnering with an organization that wants to support our community. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. Councilmember Prano?
Yes.
Okay.
Very brief.
Okay.
Besides some of these other events, I was able to attend the wildfire awareness at Arden Park in Southern Hills, and it was very windy there, but it was well attended, and thank you to the police and fire who did that or put it on. Also, I'd like to thank our city manager for the Memorial Day. I know Councilmember Di Giovanni and I were there, and it was a beautiful event. The flyover was the highlight. All the staff, I mean, I won't take the time to name, but all the staff, it was so nice to be able to see everybody there. So all the departments. I was able to attend Westmore High School and Jefferson High School Scholarship Award ceremony, but today, Thomas R. Policita Middle School, class of 2025, had their awards night. And Leilani was there with her daughter, and so it was really nice. It was really nice to see that's, and enjoy that with other businesses of our community who assisted in the scholarship awards. And it was really nice. I think I've been doing this for about 20 years, helping them out. So it was my honor to be there. And the best part is watching the students get the awards and then hear everybody cheer and all the kids cheer. If I could tell them, I wish I could tell them, enjoy being a kid. You only got a few years left. But it was really nice. So I just wanted to say that. I don't think I forgot anything else. Everything else was discussed. So thank you.
Councilmember Di Giovanni.
I just want to say, due to the late hour, I will defer till next meeting
Okay. I just have a couple.
because our staff is staying.
Yeah. And just to remind my council that we still have a Housing Development Finance Agency meeting afterwards. Be real quick. So just FYI. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
the one
so-
that I'm definitely deferring for myself till next time.
I just have three quick announcements. So May 23rd on a Friday, I was able to go to Foodie Land at Cow Palace.
Oh, man.
Woo. It was beautiful out there, but man, I felt like it was gonna snow out there. It was so cold.
You should have seen Saturday. Oh, my goodness.
So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to all the vendors that came out to Foodie Land. I brought my kids with me and a couple of their friends, and it was pretty awesome to see. I got to eat like some bone marrow and like all these really cool.
Never had that before?
No, I did. That's the reason why I was like, ooh.
Okay.
And then a lot of desserts, a lot of sugar stuff, and a lot of vendors. And it brought a lot to the city of Daly City. It's a lot of vendors that were from out of town. I met a person that was from Utah, and he was like, "Can you tell me this? So this is not San Francisco." I was like, "No, it's not San Francisco. Actually, it's Daly City, and I'm actually the mayor." He's like, "No way." I was like, "Yeah, here's my card." And so had a couple of those conversations to just educate people that are from out of town, understand that Cow Palace is not San Francisco, but Daly City. Also to plug the Daly City Children's Day, June 7th, at Geller Park from 11 a to 2 p.m. I'll see you all out there. Also, I just want to say congratulations to all the graduates of 2025. I know that there's going to be graduation ceremonies. They've already been happening, and there's still a couple more. Especially, I just want to say special congratulations to those that are at SF State and also to Skyline College, where I teach at, and Jose Antonio Vargas, who's a Pulitzer Prize winning writer, and he's also a leader in terms of understanding folks that are undocumented. He actually gave a honorary doctorate to one of our good friends, Dr. Don Buholona Mabalon, on Friday, I believe, as well. So congratulations to all the graduates 2025. And I was also the keynote speaker for the Filipino graduation on this past Saturday. And I take great honor doing that as well. And actually, I'm going to also be a keynote speaker for my alma mater at UC Riverside on June 4th. So I'll be flying down there or driving down there and delivering a keynote speech for the Asian American graduation down there. So that's about it for me for council committee, or my bad, city council meeting. City council reports, I'm gonna hand it down to staff. There's no staff. So going to adjournments, we have a handful tonight. I'll go ahead and start with Freddie Aguilar. And so if people are not familiar with Freddie Aguilar, he was born, Ferdinand Pascual Aguilar was born February 5th, 1953, Santa Tomas, Isabela, Philippines. He began composing songs at age 14 and pursued music professionally in his early 20s. This legendary Filipino singer, songwriter was an influential figure in the original Filipino music, or OPM, scene. He died on May 27, 2025 at the age of 72. Aguilar was known for his distinctive look, long hair, beret or newsboy cap, and his ever-present guitar. I became familiar with his music. My mom used to play his song all the time, and his song was called Anak, which became the best-selling Philippine music record of all time, selling 33 million copies worldwide and translated into over 50 languages. And just to give translation, Anak means child in Tagalog. And the song was about a relationship with their child and their parents. And so his artistry, activism inspired generations and uplifted the Filipino spirit around the world. Beyond his musical achievements, he was also recognized for his activism, especially during the Marcos dictatorship. He had a rendition called Bayan Ko and became an anthem for the opposition during the 1986 People Power Revolution, cementing his place as a voice for the Filipino people's struggle and aspirations. So I just want to honor his legacy and extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and countless fans. And may he rest in peace. Next, I'm going to hand it down to Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As mentioned earlier today, when we did have the Juris Heritage Month celebration that was filled with so much joy, concurrently, there was a tragedy that happened in Washington, D.C. And so in honor of the couple, Yaron Lishjibsky and Sarah Milgram, who unfortunately lost their lives so suddenly with tragic violence, I wanted to honor them this evening and also adjourn in their memory.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. We also have two more employees of our Daly City family. Sue Wan Wong, who's the grandmother to Human Resources Analyst Karen Fong, and also Jennifer Buensalido Labajo, who's the grandmother to Police Assistant Gian Buensalido. And so with that, I'd like to offer a moment of silence. So with that, the regular meeting or special meeting is adjourned, and I'd like to just transition into our special meeting. Meeting for today, May 27, 2025. Public participation. To submit writing comment, please email the city clerk at dalycity.org and write public comment in the subject line. In the body of the email, include the item number and or title of the item as well as your comments. All comments received by 4 p.m. will be emailed to the Housing Development Finance Agency members and included as an add to packet on the city's website prior to the meeting. Those comments received after 4 p.m. will be added to the record and shared with the Housing Development Finance Agency members following the public meeting. Comments are not read aloud into the record. Persons with disabilities who require auxiliary aids or services in attending or participating in this meeting should call the office of the city clerk at 650-991-8078 as soon as possible. So with that, I'd like to have roll call vote, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Present.
Ms. Perano?
Present.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo?
Present.
Dr. Rod?
Present. Okay. Next up, we have the approval of minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Item number 2, change of officers. The mayor of City of Daly City is hereby designated as chairperson, and the vice mayor is hereby designated as vice chairperson.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Public appearance, oral communications, seeing none. We'll move on to item number 4, public hearing. So agreement for grant of easement by and between the Housing Development Finance Agency of the City of Daly City and I forgot how to pronounce this. Sayufi Enterprise. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm like, wake up, Rod. Sayufi Enterprises.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the board. It's been a while since we've convened. Nice to see you.
Yes.
The developer, Revon Energy LLC, is requesting approval of a non-exclusive private utility easement for an underground utility system from Carter Street through the agency's property that is on Carter Street to the approved battery energy storage system at 2150 Geneva Avenue. The battery energy storage system was approved by the City Council in February. At the time, it was known that an easement request would be forthcoming, and there were provisions for this action that were specified in the approved development agreement. The Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency is the housing successor to the former Daly City Redevelopment Agency and has retained all rights and responsibilities relating to the property in question. This agreement for grant of easement would be made by and between the Housing Development Finance Agency and Sayufi Enterprises. Arivon Energy will be developing an 11-acre vacant lot for a 250 megawatt battery energy storage system. The property, though, is owned by Sayufi Enterprises, and therefore the easement would be granted to the landowner. The proposed private utility easement is located along the northern property line of the agency's property, and the adjacent property to the north is what is owned by Sayufi, and that's the site for the battery storage. The easement proposed is 40 feet wide and 236 feet long for a total of 9,440 square feet. And this would allow for the installation, inspection, operation, repair, and modification of a generation line and related facilities. The agency would still retain surface rights, and that could still be used as a setback for future development. It could also be paved, it could be landscaped, it could be open space. So the agency would still own the property. This would just allow a utility easement to run through. The easement as proposed would not interfere with any future housing development on the site. It creates a utility easement corridor for the grantee, and it could also provide a potential utility line for future housing development. And the proceeds from this grant of easement would actually be for housing purposes, since this is Housing Finance Agency property. An appraisal was prepared. The appraisal looked at similar land transactions in the county, with the closest one being across the street in Daly City at Carter Street. The land value that was anticipated is $70 per square foot. But because this is a non-exclusive easement, not a sale of property, they applied a 15% factor. So they valued the easement at $99,000. So when the project went before the council acted as the lead agency under the provisions of CEQA, and through the review of the project adopted a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring reporting program. So as the housing agency is a responsible agency, so any further actions that the agency adopts, they would also have to concur with the environmental assessment. So the recommendation from staff is to approve the easement and also to affirm the environmental assessment and direct staff to record a notice of determination confirming that environmental determination.
All right. Thank you, Tatum. With that, Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Yes. How much was the appraised value of the easement? I heard 70, and then I didn't.
Yeah, the value of the land is $70 per square foot, and then because it's not a full sale of property, a factor of 15% was applied. So the value is 15% of the property for the easement, because it's a non-exclusive easement. The agency would continue to own the property.
All right. So, but you made mention about the square footage. Was it like 40 feet wide? I mean, how big is the easement?
The easement is 9,440 square feet.
9,400?
And 40 square feet, yeah.
Okay, but it's not the sale of the land, but the appraised value is approximately $70 a square foot if it was to be sold.
If it was sold, yeah.
If it was to be sold, but it won't.
And the way the appraisal reads, because it's a larger parcel, they factored in what the square foot value is for the entire 12.99 acre parcel.
Oh, 12.
And then took out the square footage cost based on that.
And Sayufi owns?
They own
the
the
rest.
property to the north. No, they don't own any of ours. He owns the parcel to the north and east.
So how much of the Sayufi property is going to contain the battery storage?
Most of it.
Oh, most of it, okay. All right, but we still have a big portion.
Yeah,
In the middle.
we have 12.99 acres
Got it.
for
Okay.
ourselves.
Got it.
Sayufi's property is essentially landlocked, so in order to run the generation line out to the public right
Absolutely,
away,
you need
they
an
need-
easement from us. Oh, yeah. I mean, that project's not going to go through if we don't approve the easement, so. All right, thank you, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other questions, comments? None from my colleagues. Do we do like open? Okay, can I get a motion to open a public hearing?
Motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any speakers? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, can we get a motion to approve the agreement for grant approval?
Motion.
Yeah. go ahead.
Motion to approve agreement of easement between the Housing Development Finance Agency and City of Daly City and Sayufi Enterprises.
Second.
Okay, so we can have roll call vote? Okay.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. Okay. So a motion passes. So before we move, I totally forgot to acknowledge Councilmember Manalo's additional adjournment of memories. Do we have to reopen the other meeting, or how do we?
I can adjourn and, okay.
Okay.
I guess, since it's the Housing Development Finance Agency, this adjournment is close to home. My cousin passed away in the home that my father grew up in. And so this is an adjournment for Dennis O. Manalo. My cousin, he was born on August 15, 1977, and died on May 17, 2025, 47 years old. He had a happy childhood with his siblings and cousins in Leverisa Malate. He suffered from mental health. He went in and out of rehab for more than 10 years and had 2 children. Eldest is now a policeman, and the youngest is a bank employee. He died on his eldest son's birthday. Even though he was suffering from his mental health, he managed to take care of his dad, who is bedridden due to stroke. He was also a sweet and caring to all of his grandchildren. His simple joys was to eat outside and watch cinema with his daughter. It was very funny. He always says that he's so guapo, and that means handsome. He was loved and cared by everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to offer another round of silence, please. With that, thank you, everyone. And we'll see you back in June.